What is going on, guys? You're very welcome to another Degenerate Watch live stream. Thank you very much for joining me, and a big shout out to everyone that's watching this back on the premiere. My apologies to everyone who did see the community post the other day where I said that I was going to do this live stream at the weekend. I didn't get around to it because I was sick yet again. So I haven't been having a very good time of it lately, especially like in the couple of weeks coming up to Christmas and now just after Christmas again. But feeling much better now. It's mainly just kind of colds and flu and stuff like that. But maybe I don't think I got rid of the last dose that I had. As you can see, it's Wednesday night here, just past midnight, and the view you're looking at is Temple Bar in Dublin. Still a bit of activity there, and as you can see in the front, a rickshaw there, ready to take somebody who's had a few too many home, I suppose, or well, not so much home, but away from the area. Um, yeah, so my apologies anyway to anyone that was looking forward to that stream at the weekend, but here we are now anyway. Um, Obviously a few minutes late as per usual, but my apologies for that also. But yeah, so in this stream it's going to be a little bit different than what we normally do. Normally we kind of look at a lot of clips and kind of some other news stories and stuff, but in this one I thought just for a bit of a change, we're going to look at some Irish crime cases, some historic cases, I suppose, some big cases. Now, hopefully, we get through all the ones that I've kind of said I was going to get through tonight, because some of them are kind of, when I was thinking back over it, like some of them kind of go a bit more uh, the branch off into other things. But we'll see what we can do, and we'll see how we get along. And of course, along the way, if anybody thinks of anything or have any input or anything like that, don't be afraid to drop it down in the comments. I'm just going to have a quick check to see who's joining us there at the moment. Shout out to Roisin, who's joining us. Good to see you. Shout out to Kiwi Dave there, who's joining us. Kiwi Dave saying he'll be listening as he's doing junk mail for work tomorrow. It's better late than never, Grandpa. Yeah, no, I finally made it here. Um, of course, it'd take me to be late for my own live stream, but well, here we are anyway. But yeah, so I just thought we'd kind of look at a few of these crime cases and stories and stuff like that. But I'm no expert on these cases by any means, and I have nothing really new or groundbreaking as such. But they're kind of cases that have some sort of an interest in, if you know what I mean. I find them interesting, and I've been kind of following some of them for a while, and yeah, like, so we'll just have a look, and we'll see where we go. I'm just gonna take that view down there just for 1 second. Um, and we'll have a look here. Yeah, so as I said, there's a couple of things I'd like to cover in this live stream. You may have seen it in the community post that I posted the other day, but the kind of main things I'd like to cover, hopefully we get to cover them all, but if not, we can always have a part two of this stream, I suppose. But yeah, some of the bigger cases, I suppose, would be the murder of Sophie Toscan de Plantier, which happened back in 1996. That'd be a case that a lot of people would probably be familiar with. Very big case, still unsolved, and very controversial case. So we'll kind of talk a little bit about that and kind of look at some of the things surrounding that. Another interesting, it's not just one case, I suppose, it's a group of different cases, would be what would, all come together as what would be called Ireland Vanishing Triangle. It kind of makes up roughly the borders of Leinster, I suppose. And yeah, a lot of women have went missing in this area during a period of time during the 90s, and there's that this one kind of branches off into something else as well. So that's going to be one of those stories that kind of, where it might go down a little bit of a rabbit hole there. Another one down there you see would be the murder of Martin Marlowe Hyland. He would have been a Dublin-based criminal who was murdered in his niece's house in Dublin, and that was as a result of what they believe is probably people in his own group turning against him. So we'll have a look at that. That case got particularly a lot of media attention due to the circumstances that surrounded that particular murder. But yeah, we'll have a look at that. That one's quite interesting in terms of the way things went down. Very unfortunate as well. I'm just changing that banner there, and then also you'll see there in the kind of in the center down there, we have the killing of David Byrne, and that kind of ties in. That's another case that will kind of branch off into something else that kind of goes into the whole gangland feud that was going on in Dublin. Kind of never really ended as such, but there's a kind of a big case going through the courts there still at the moment involving the murder of David Byrne. So we're going to have a kind of a look at that. A lot of people may have heard of that case. Actually, it was very kind of an audacious attempt. David Byrne, of course, wasn't the intended target of that hit, but unfortunately, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time there. But yeah, we'll have a look at that, and that's quite an interesting case. Very big attention there, especially internationally as well, because of the nature of it. And then also down in the bottom corner there, we have the shooting of prison officer Brian Stack, which happened in Portlaoise Prison back in 1980. Well, it didn't. That the actual incident didn't happen in 1984. The actual shooting happened just before that. And the gentleman was in hospital for quite a time after that, and he eventually died of his injuries. But we're going to take a look at some of those, at these cases, and kind of discuss some of them there as we go through them. The first case that I'm going to take a look at here would be the murder of Martin Marlowe Hyland, which happened in Finglas in Dublin on the 12th of December 2006. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a little look at this, and we're going to discuss this case. So Martin Hyland was born to a working class family from St. Attractor Road in Cabra in Dublin. It's an area in Dublin. As a teenager, he led a gang of young criminals from Cabra involved in burglary, car theft, and robbery. And in 1986, 18-year-old Hyland was sent to prison for various offences, including conspiracy to commit robbery, burglary, malicious damage, and car theft. So, as you can see, this is your typical story of a guy, just your everyday criminal out on the streets, hustling, I suppose. And from a young age in the Cabra area, he was kind of running around. Obviously, would have been known to the Gardaí in the area at the time. After his release from serving a short prison sentence in the early 1990s, Hyland became involved in drug dealing. He moved into the big league of crime when he became associated with PJ Judge, a major drugs trafficker and gang leader from Finglas. PJ Judge was shot dead outside the Royal Oak pub in Finglas in December of 1996, and the Gardaí suspect he was killed by the Provisional IRA because of his erratic and violent nature. And there was a lot of that sort of thing going on back then about these drug dealers getting, run out of areas or even getting taxed for operating in an area. So maybe your man Judge wasn't going to play ball there, so he was taken out. Within a few years of Judge's death, Hyland had become the dominant figure in organised crime in North Dublin. He controlled a large gang of drug dealers and armed robbers from Cabra, Finglas and Ballymun. And these are kind of areas fairly close together in Dublin City. They'd be on the north side of the Liffey. I'll see if I can just throw up an old map and we'll have a look there. I actually have a map up there. We'll have a look there. So I'll just get that up on the screen. Right, so over here you have Finglas, and then there's a few areas now where these guys may have been operating in, but like the main areas were over this Finglas. Cabra's here. Let me just go a bit. Yeah, so these are two areas here. I hope it's up on the screen now while I'm talking about it there. No, of course it's not. So, yeah, as you can see on the screen there now, finally, we have, you'll see Finglas up there on the top, more up towards the top of the map there, and then you'll have Cabra just down below it there, separated by Tolka Valley Park. And that's a quite nice park there as well. I've been in it once before with a friend of mine. Yeah, it's a nice park down there, down by the Tolka River, and there's actually a lovely bridge down there as well. Nice area as well to bring your dogs along. His dog loves to run along in the stream down there. But yeah, so yeah, these people were operating in that sort of an area there. It says the gang were involved in the importation of large shipments of cannabis, cocaine, ecstasy, and heroin, as well as VAT fraud, car theft, armed robbery, extortion, and the supply of firearms. Between 2002 and 2004, his gang was involved in the importation of large shipments. Oh, sorry, I'm after reading the same line again there, guys. Between 2002 and 2004, his gang was involved in a spate of robberies of security vans delivering money to ATM bank machines in Dublin. In a 10-month period alone, between October 2003 and July 2004, they got away with an estimated €3 million. Highland also had links with other major criminal gangs in Dublin and supplied guns to one of the factions involved in the Crumlin-Drimna feud. And that's another feud that maybe we can have a look at in another live stream sometime. That was another fairly high profile feud at the time, I suppose. Only recently, a guy that was involved in that feud is actually have to get back out of prison again. There was a lot of stuff in the papers that they reckon some stuff might start kicking off again now that he's back out of jail, but only time will tell. This says Highland also supplied guns to the notorious McCarthy Dundon gang, who were heavily involved in the Limerick feud, which is another feud that if you guys want me to take a look at sometime, we will have a look at that, because that was another big feud, very high body count in that feud as well. And thing about that feud is that that was probably one of the first major feuds that was getting such big media attention. Just looking here to see now, was it saying anything about kind of how much? Yeah, another thing about that Limerick feud there as well is that there was an awful lot of there was a terrible case of mistaken identity with with a rugby player as well there. The chap was coming out of a friend's house after socializing, and these hitmen came up and got him, and turned out to be the wrong guy. But yeah, that was just another crazy feud down there, and yeah, that's kind of died down a lot. But they used to say once certain people got back out of jail, things used to start kicking off down there again. Just gonna catch up on the commentary real quick before we head on there. Kiwi Dave said, "Have I detected a choo-choo moment for later on? Possibly, very possibly." Hello to Stefan Saint Germain for joining us. Good to see you. He's saying we used to have, or used to have an Irish mafia here. Well, I'd say there's plenty of, if there's not the actual Irish mafia there, I'm pretty sure there's some unsavory Irish character somewhere. I see a lot of that carry on now going on in the United States with some of these bogus guys that are going around doing driveways for people, tarmac them and stuff, and they're just like cowboy builders, like. But there's a lot of these Irish guys that kind of got ran out of doing it in Australia and other places. I think they were even in Canada doing it. It seems they've branched out now into the United States, and they're causing some mayhem there. I've actually seen a few. I was going to do a video on it there. I actually came across a couple of news reports where they're talking about it. These guys are causing havoc in some places, and some of the jobs are absolutely shocking. They're not even putting down proper foundation. When they're doing somebody's driveway, they're just it's a real cut corners job just to do it as cheap as possible. But hello also to Hazukai, the frauditor destroyer. Good to see you. Yeah, so I just caught up in the comments there. So yeah, I'm just going to continue on here. We'll have a look. So yeah, So as you can tell, Highland here was like heavily involved in criminality in Dublin. He was also supplying drugs and weapons to other gangs and other feuds that were ongoing, and not only in Dublin city but also in Limerick as well. And they were also responsible for a spate of armed robberies as well to ATM bank machines. Now, that sort of crime was fairly prevalent back in the day, those kind of cash and transit van robberies, or even like ATM when they're coming to fill the ATM or whatever. But a lot of those used to be carried out by the IRA and stuff like that in order to get funds for weapons and stuff. But yeah, it wasn't beyond the scope of some other criminals to be out doing stuff like that as well. Um, the downfall for Highland came though because what they reckon is that he was kind of getting a bit too big for his boots at one stage, and with all of this stuff that he was getting involved in, that was just drawing more attention to him. And the more attention that was drawn to him, obviously, the more the Gardaí were following him around and watching what was going on and stuff like that. Um, it says all the criminal activity meant that Hyland and his associates became prime targets of the Gardaí, as you'd expect. And in September 2005, Gardaí decided to adapt a full on multi agency tactical approach to stop his gang. The plan involving Gardaí and Customs was codenamed Operation Oak. The operation was a huge success, and within the first few months, it had led to the seizure of 30 kilos of heroin, 35 kilos of cocaine, and 1,427 kilos of cannabis. So, a good lot of drugs off the streets and a fair dent in their finances there. A number of stolen vehicles, €200,000 in cash, and weapons, including AK-47s, were also recovered. So, as you can see, stolen vehicles, obviously good to get those back to their owners and take them out of the hands of the criminals. The cash as well is always better in the taxpayer's pocket than the criminals, I suppose. And then obviously those deadly weapons off the street out of the hands of the wrong people. It says 26 of Highland's associates were also facing serious charges, which led to resentment and bad feeling within the gang. See, at the time, because there was so much of the shipments being seized and so many of the guys getting locked up, and it seemed like the guards were always, I wouldn't say one step ahead of them, but they were always very, very close on their tail, or they were actually just right on top of them, let's say. The people in the gang started thinking that either one, there's some sort of a snitch within the group, like, or second of all, perhaps the fact that he's like being so reckless now, as he's kind of he's branching out, he's doing too much. He's drawn attention to the rest of us, so like maybe he needs to pipe down a bit. That was the sort of consensus, I suppose. Um, so like I'm just going back to. So as I had said, like it's from him stepping up to replace your man Judge, right, and controlling a large gang of drug dealers and armed robbers from the Cabra, Finglas, and Ballymun areas. Um, with all that attention, like obviously in the area, he was well known to like local people or whatever, like, and to the Gardaí also. So people knew what he was at, and like obviously Gardaí knew what he was at, but not to the extent that it truly was until they start finding that out. Um, just another thing here. Um, another thing. It just I'm after forgetting about this. Um, they were also saying that he had built up a lot of contacts in Spain and Holland and was traveling there frequently and organized shipments paying cash that he had smuggled out of Ireland. So this is where all these drugs. So he was fairly well connected, if you know what I mean. And I'm just trying to leaf through this bit here that he was questioned back in September 1996, back around that time. It says when construction worker Michael Brady was shot dead, Hyland was arrested and questioned, though never charged. Brady was once married to Hyland's sister, but in December 1985, he had sexually assaulted and murdered her. Brady was jailed for 10 years, but was shot after his release in a drive-by shooting as he drove home from a soccer match. So obviously the Gardaí thought at the time that, Hyland might have had some involvement in that as a retaliation for what he had done to his sister. Um, says Highland haven't been unemployed since 1993. Continued to collect weekly social welfare payments from the state, but was unable to provide, you know, was unable to provide like proof of how he was covering his lifestyle. So he said that it was money that he had won through the lotto. He had won 250,000 on a lotto, which is quite lucky for him. Wouldn't happen to us, but it happened to the criminals. And he also had another 90,000 from suing the Sunday World in 1997 for describing him as a gangster. So he had a few bob there, but that wasn't enough to explain away how he had all this lavish lifestyle and stuff like that. By the end of the 2000s, Martin Highland and his gang were involved in large shipments of cannabis, cocaine, ecstasy, heroin, as well as VAT fraud, car theft, armed robbery, extortion, and display of firearms, as we've mentioned. A Garda source was quoted as saying at the time about the supplying of guns. When somebody rings up and says, "Can you get me a gun?" he would organize it. He would get the gun back to them. He would have been in a position to source firearms for other people to commit other crimes. So, that's from a Garda source at the time. And as I said, they were involved in some robberies there as well. They were saying that he ordered massive shipments from dealers based in Spain and got his most trusted gang members to pay for the deals. Once in Ireland, the drugs would be collected from drop-off points, and Highland's men would deliver them to houses in counties Dublin and Meath. Cannabis, cocaine, and heroin would be distributed to dealers in Dublin or sold on to gangs in Limerick, Cork, Meath, and Louth. Just catch up on the comments there. Sorry for switching back and forwards there, guys. And I'm sorry if a little bit of this seems to be all over the place. When I was reading that, I had started on the wrong article, and you know yourself. Hello to Joe Fitz, who's joining us, and also to Mary O'Sullivan as well. Good to see you, Mary, saying thoroughly enjoying this. I remember the Marlow Highland case. Cab really got a lot better after this case. And that's the thing. That's something else I'll probably touch on to do with Cab when we're looking at the likes of the killing of David Byrne as well. Because when you go back into that, a lot of these kind of criminals nowadays, anyway, as Mary said, CAB, which is the Criminal Assets Bureau, which is basically they're basically like the revenue for criminals, I suppose, and any money or assets that a criminal can't account for in terms of, through legitimate means, so like be the proceeds of drug dealing or robberies or whatever. If they can't, basically, it's like a civil forfeiture in the United States. If they can't prove where they got it from, well then, it's the proceeds of crime and the money is seized. So yeah, the Criminal Assets Bureau does a really good job in terms of taking assets away from these criminals. That's why an awful lot of Irish criminals ended up moving away to the likes of Spain, Holland, and as you know as well, with the big case going on at the moment involving the whole Regency Hotel thing, there's even some in Dubai as well at the moment, hiding out over there. So they seem to have scattered the whole aim of CAB was to not allow criminals to benefit. You can't benefit from your crimes here in Ireland anymore because of the Criminal Assets Bureau. That's why they have to go away and try hide their money offshore and stuff like that, because anything here will be seized. And every day of the week, the Criminal Assets Bureau is working, kind of assessing these things. And the difference with the Criminal Assets Bureau is that years ago, all the different departments, such as the Revenue, which deals with taxation, the Gardaí, which is obviously the guards, the police force, the Social Welfare department, which is the who deal with all, like benefits to do with unemployment or disability and stuff like that. All these departments were all fragmented. They didn't really communicate with each other, and there was no legislation in place in order to allow those departments to work together efficiently, in order so that the social welfare could say, well, this guy is unemployed, And then the financial institutions could come back and the bank could say, well, he has a bank account with 500,000 in it and he's been unemployed for 15 years. Where did he get that? It's kind of a thing like that where they can all work together to build a profile on someone, and then they can decide if they want to go after them for a seizure. Hello to Susie Q42, who is just joining us and saying that Spain has started seizing yachts and such from criminals, the mafia as well, especially Russian criminals. Yeah, and that's true. I've seen an awful lot of that, especially with this, with the likes of the sanctions. A lot of these like Russian oligarchs and stuff like that have had their yachts seized off them, and very surprising the amount of wealth that's out there when you think about it. Some of those yachts are not cheap at all, and seen a thing there a while ago where they're saying a lot of these guys, they just keep buying different yachts all the time. It's never like it's not so much about having the yacht to use. It's like getting rid of your money into the yacht. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like that's what I suppose that's what a lot of these criminals do to launder their money. They put it into assets. Um, And Kiwi Dave saying that our version of the Criminal Assets Bureau is starting to go overseas for assets now as well, and that's something that they've been talking about here as well, Dave. That if they could do that, like go after their assets now, they can work with other authorities and all, to try do that. But yeah, something like that is good where the criminals can't to kind of make it so that they can't go anywhere and hide, but there's good cooperation between countries, to try and seize the assets over there. Perhaps for some of the Irish criminals, perhaps they have assets in Spain, such as houses and apartments and cars and stuff like that. Yet there's an operation going on here in Ireland where the money's being made, but because they're in Spain and the cash is somehow getting back, and yeah, so something like that would be good. Um, and Susie's saying, uh, good money is how they launder money. You talk faster than I can type. Yeah, well, I do talk fairly fast at times. Um, but yeah, so anyway, back in Ireland, back in 2005, with these feuds that were going on, as we were saying, various gangs in Dublin and Limerick. By November 2005, everything was starting to change due to the amount of gangland murders, shootings, beatings, and armed robberies. The government announced plans for a major operation, which was Operation Anvil, which would target the various gangs in Dublin and Limerick. Operation Anvil was the beginning of the end for Martin Hyland. The Gardaí realised that Hyland's gang were so big that they needed to set up an operation just to target the gang, and that was the Operation Oak that we talked about. So that was kind of an extra operation within Operation Anvil, just targeting Hyland's group. Throughout 2006, the Gardaí had amazing successes in disrupting Hyland's operation, and many of Hyland's associates were arrested for very serious crimes and facing trial for drugs, firearms, and other offences. They were stopped driving cars loaded with drugs, their homes were subjected to dawn raids, and intercepted on their way to robberies. When any of Martin Marlowe Hyland's drug shipments was intercepted by the Gardaí, there would be follow-up searches on the many houses he owned in West Dublin. And it wasn't unusual for Gardaí carrying out raids on these properties to find Hyland and his associates sitting around the kitchen table, presumably trying to work out how the operation had gone wrong or if they had a rat within the camp. If Hyland was in a house, you could be guaranteed that there was no drugs or weapons there, so they weren't going to find anything if, they stumbled onto this house that they happened to be using for their little meeting. In all, more than 30 people were arrested in North and West Dublin. 24 of them were brought to court and charged. All but one was released on bail. And according to Garda sources, there was resentment and bad feeling within the gang as Hyland's fellow gangsters began to wonder why Hyland had avoided arrest or prosecution. Another little side note on this is that listening to a radio interview from a number of years ago with on Liveline, which is a program on RTE Radio hosted by Joe Duffy, and he had crime reporter Paul Williams talking about they were talking about a particular case at the time, but another criminal came on the radio. These two criminals come on the radio, but one guy came on the radio first, kind of arguing with Paul Williams about some feud Williams had wrote about in his column, saying that this guy was having with another fella. And they brought up the whole Marlow Highland murder, and they were talking about Paul Williams was bringing up the fact that a lot of dealers in that area at the time were either being ran out of business or they were being taxed by other criminals or even the dissident Republicans, and he was putting it to this other guy on the radio why Highland seemed to avoid that being shut down or whatever. How was he operating when others weren't? And he was kind of putting to this other guy that he was paying somebody off to kind of let him operate, but your man wasn't having it. But anyway, during that radio broadcast, a guy actually rang in from his prison cell, and this is just a little bit of a side note on it because I just thought of it there. But this guy rang in from his prison cell in Portlaoise prison, confronting Paul Williams, saying that this feud that your man said he was having, he wasn't having, and that the guy that he was allegedly feuding with had sent him a postcard in prison. So how could he be feuding with this guy? And he was saying that the stuff that these crime reporters are writing in the papers every week are actually causing trouble. Now, yeah, it could cause trouble if they're not true, but Williams was kind of sticking by his guns and saying, no, like, he's only kind of kissed the mate up now to come on air. And it's very weird that guy's ringing in the show and now you're ringing from a prison cell. But anyway, what ended up happening is that guy was a bit silly now making a phone call from his prison cell because it's illegal to have a phone in your prison cell. So he was caught for that. And apparently, legend has it, I suppose, that the prison guards went in and overturned that whole landing that evening and found a load of people with different various different types of contraband that they shouldn't have had, and obviously he was blamed on it, this guy, and very big resentment to this guy in the jail at the time, and I think he had to be put somewhere else onto a different landing for his own safety. But yeah, that guy got out of prison, and he was out of prison, I think it was 2 days, and he was sitting in a car outside his parents' house. He lived there with his parents, but he was sitting outside the parents' house in a car, and a gunman shot him dead. And of course, we don't know if that was for something before prison. He was heavily involved in a lot of crime and stuff like that, or maybe it was some sort of retaliation for what happened in the prison. But yeah, that was just a little side note just to do with just that interview. They were just talking about that. They were just saying how Highland was operating in the area. But look, it could have been a thing where he was paying people off, these people that were trying to clean up the area or whatever. There was a lot of stuff like that going on back then. And a lot of it's not really, a lot of it's, hearsay, I suppose, about, there was groups texting other groups and all, like some of it was happening, but we don't know exactly with this guy whether that was the case. So what we're saying is Highland was starting to see himself as being invincible. He kind of got a bit too big for his boots, and the operation had kind of got a bit out of control. And as people saw that he could be caught, because obviously shipments were getting caught, and a lot of his circle were getting nabbed up by the Gardaí, he was starting to lose his grasp on the criminal enterprise that he was running. He was too hot, but he was still trying to stamp his authority out, and he wasn't afraid to make threats to people. In May 2006, Paddy Hart was shot and killed. Hart was an ex-associate who had branched out on his own, selling drugs. He was seen as competition to Highland. And this is another thing. You get this in a lot of these gangs where some guy will get a bit greedy and decide, I'm going to go out on my own, or I can skim a bit off the top here, or, I can undercut here or something. And you don't do that, because when they find out you're messing around, it's the same with these guys. Money going missing and all that. It doesn't end well for these lads, in August of that year, so that was in 2006, 400,000 euros worth of cocaine and 9 firearms were seized in a raid in Meath. The drugs were traced to Highland's gang. One of those arrested with the drugs was Paul Ray. Highland feared Ray was about to turn informer and ordered his death. Ray was shot dead and his sister was injured in the incident. So as you can see, Highland was starting to become unhinged here now. Obviously, things are getting you know, he's obviously got big for his boots, as we've said, like, and now they're starting to get hit financially, like 400,000, 500,000 worth of cocaine getting seized up, including the 9 firearms. And with it being traced back to his gang, I was obviously going to bring more heat, and they were obviously it's going to be noticeable heat. And yeah, so Mr. Ray was shot dead due to the fact that he thought he was going to be turning an informer. So in November of 2006, a mother of two, Baiba Salita, a Latvian woman living in Ireland who was murdered in a suspected contract killing on behalf of a man who wanted her dead. Although Hyland had nothing to do with the contract killing, it's believed he at least supplied the gun and possibly the getaway vehicle also. Now, Gardaí had suspected Hyland in this, but they were never going to get a chance to talk to him in relation to it. And we're going to find out about that now. By the time all of this was going on, Hyland had simply become too prominent of a figure for the Gardaí to ignore for any longer. Not that they were ignoring him, but you know what I mean? Just something had to be done about this. Not only was he the Garda's main gangland target, he was also attracting growing media attention. And someone decided they'd had enough of Marlow Hyland. In November and again in December 2006, Gardaí called Hyland, as is the protocol in these situations, to warn him that his life was in danger. They will, if the Gardaí become aware of any information to anybody, even if it is these gangland criminals, they will visit to your house, like, and they'll give you, it's usually a written copy of this, basically, that there's a threat to your life, that they've been made aware that there's a threat to your life and that you need to be taking precautions or whatever. Now, obviously, a lot of these guys will tell the guards, oh, I don't care, because it's all bravado or whatever, but they called to Hyland twice, so the guards had intelligence that someone was plotting to get him. He was advised to increase his security and to vary his routine and to put his enemies off track. Hyland had access to up to 8 properties he could stay at, and he never stayed at the same place for more than 2 nights in a row. So, as you can tell, he was pretty paranoid at this stage. Guards had told him there was some people out to get him, and he also was, obviously you can tell he was suspicious himself anyway. He was kind of taking it seriously. And on the night of the 11th of December 2006, Hyland stayed at the home of his niece in Finglas, which is in a place called Scribbles-town in Finglas. Just before 9 a.m. the next morning, on the 12th of December, his niece left to take her daughter to school. Hyland was asleep upstairs in one of the bedrooms. Anthony Campbell, who was a 20-year-old apprentice plumber and not involved in any criminality, was working in the house on the heating system. It's believed 2 gunmen called to the house, and Anthony Campbell, thinking it was his boss, opened the door. One of the gunmen held Anthony Campbell downstairs while the other crept upstairs and shot Hyland twice in the head and 4 times in the back as he slept. Before they left, they shot the innocent Campbell once in the head, killing him instantly. So there was a 20-year-old apprentice plumber who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. The poor chap was only in doing a job there. His boss had gone off for a couple of minutes, or I think the boss was yet to show up at the job or whatever, but he thought he was letting the boss in. It was these 2 thugs coming to take Hyland out. And unfortunately, that poor chap is only starting off his young life and his career, and that got a lot of media attention because that poor chap, it's totally innocent and caught up in the middle of it. And to be honest with you, these guys most likely had masks and stuff over their faces, and I do not know why they had to kill that chap. Do you know what I mean? It's just really doesn't make sense. Gardaí suspected 2 of the killers were Hyland's most trusted associates, and no one has ever been convicted of the double murder. However, one of those suspected of shooting Anthony Campbell was attacked in prison, where he was being held on other charges. So obviously, there's rumour going around that there was a particular fella. Now, it doesn't say in this article here who that suspect was, but obviously it goes around the criminal underworld about, who did this and who did that. And, lads just don't attack other people like that, on those sort of grounds for no reason. So there must have there must have been something going around that particular guy was involved. But yeah, even other criminals were sickened at the fact that the poor young lad had got shot and he had nothing to do with anything. Um, According to a jail insider, this is talking about the guy that got jumped that was suspected of shooting Anthony Campbell. He said he was jumped by about half a dozen young fellas after he got smart with them. They don't care about his reputation and left his face in some state. It all kicked off on the B landing of the jail, and he was told he was not wanted there. So he was moved off the landing and has been rehoused to the C landing in the prison. He has been left in a terrified state and is very shaken. But you know, obviously got a bit too big for his boots in jail, that guy. And yeah, he was the guy, as I said, that they were suspected of shooting that poor young lad. Another note there, it says, despite Gardaí suspecting the killers were two of Highland's most trusted lieutenants, no one has been convicted of the murder, as I was saying, right? That guy was only suspected, it's kind of hearsay, I suppose, but he was who they thought it was. It says Eamon Dunn, who drove the getaway car for Highland's killers, effectively took control of the gang soon after. So I wonder, was he starting to, muscle Highland out that way and had him taken out? And he was probably thinking, Highland's drawing too much attention. He's a liability. So, I don't know. It says Dunn was linked to over a dozen gangland murders over the next 3 years before himself was shot dead in a pub in Cabra in April 2010. So, as you can see, guys, it doesn't really last too long for these guys. You can be a kingpin one day and then the next day it can all fall apart. It's not really viable career option. The money and all might be there, but as we said, with the likes of the Criminal Assets Bureau there and then having all these lads out looking to get you, especially even people within your own circle, it's not very, it must be a very lonely place to be quite honest, to be one of the guys at the top. You're surrounded by people, but you can only trust yourself, really, I suppose. And that kind of, I have a little, I think I have another, that just the man just down in the lower corner there, that's Paul Williams. It's a crime journalist I was talking about there. And it was that's just from one of the papers around the time. Both of his hitmen were out on bail. That's another thing I want to talk about sometime in a video, is the crazy bail system over here. The way people can be out on bail and then they're out committing much more serious crimes. I'd say those guys were probably just out on bail for drug offences and probably burglary, car theft or something like that, and then they're out committing murders, when if they had been kept locked up, now I know they probably would have found someone else to do it, but those guys wouldn't have been involved. I just want to remove the banner there because hiding some of the text. Yeah, he said he was murdered by the same man he had ordered to kill. Now they're saying on that he had ordered to kill that lady, but it turned out after that they reckon that he at least supplied the gun anyway, but we don't know about that. And that line at the bottom says, as I was saying, Paul Williams has said Highland had linked the friends in an SF is Sinn Féin, and obviously IRA is the IRA. They were saying that he had Republican friends, and maybe that's why he was being allowed to operate in the area in terms of he was giving up money every month or week or whatever it was, a percentage of his profits or whatever. And maybe that's how he was let operate for so long, but he got a bit too big for his boots and it looked like his own gang turned on him in the end. This photo here, that's a photo of the young guy there that was shot there, the apprentice plumber. That's him when he was obviously a bit younger there, but and then a picture of Marlow Highland over the other side there. But that's the house there in Scribblestown, in Finglas, where the murder happened there. And as well, when you think about it, Highland was staying there in his niece's house. She was there. She had her kid in the house. Now, what in God's name are you thinking? if there's a threat out against your life that the Gardaí are coming to you and telling you that these lads are out to get you or whatever, why are you going to stay with your niece who has a young child, of school going age or whatever, and to be bringing that trouble to the door? It's lucky they had left to go to school, because unfortunately that poor apprentice plumber was in there and he got shot and killed. But imagine if the niece and the young daughter had been still in the house at the time. Those guys may have taken them out as well. So it's doesn't bear to think about um what could have ended up happening there. But yeah, that kind of gang went on without Highland for a while. As we said there, that the guy that eventually took that over after Highland got taken out himself. It never really lasts long for these guys, to be quite honest with you. And the time at the top is usually short. So just going to catch back up on some of the comments there. I'm sorry, I'm kind of away for a bit now, guys. The way I'm when I'm kind of reading out the bits, I don't see the comments. So my apologies for that, but I will be hopping back in to check the comments there as we go along. Now I'm probably going back quite a little bit there in the comments. And cheers to Joe for just shouting out for everyone to upvote the stream. If you are enjoying the stream, I'd really appreciate it if you just hit that like button. Kiwi Davis just saying there, don't forget the price will have to go up for said drugs to pay for all. Yeah, and that's the thing in those situations, you have to keep for the bigger guys, I suppose, obviously, like, it's a loss to them, but they can absorb it better than a kind of a smaller guy. If he was, let's say, dealing large amounts and then dealing kind of smaller amounts out to these other guys, it's when the other guys are getting stopped by the guards with a couple of ounces or maybe a kilo or something like that, and that gets taken off them, then they find it harder to get the money back. They have to go get more stuff in order to get it back. I suppose at the top they don't feel the pinch as much, but it trickles down to the lads, especially to the guys that lost it. There'll be something said there, and there'll be suspicions as well. So I wouldn't like to be one of the guys that was losing the stuff. Man, the Kiwi Days and Mrs. Brown was caught up in it as well, wasn't she? I wouldn't be surprised. Everyone was getting caught up there at some stage. But yeah, and Dave St. Clair was a hostile takeover, sad about the poor apprentice though, and that's the thing. The poor chap was only there to do a day's work. Wasn't expecting that whatsoever. Like, didn't even, that wasn't even that guy's house. He was just staying with his niece, and that's the thing about it. If he had been there the day before, the day after, it never have happened. It's just so sad, like, and Joe Fitz saying 45 is a serious business. Yeah, see, that's the thing as well. Like, a lot of these lads, they're when they're going out to these to do these hits, they're not going out just to injure people. I know years ago it used to be a thing for people to be punished, by being shot in the legs or something like that. But now it's just they'll just kill people. And especially with some of the stuff that's been going on, like there are criminals out there now that do have access to automatic weapons, and other criminals have access to firearms and explosives and stuff like that. So it's it's dangerous for sure. Yeah, and that's the thing, as Susie saying, so many innocent people can end up getting caught up in the violence, But yeah, so crazy, like the way, and that was back in the early days, I suppose. Well, not so much the early days, but it was back before this main feud that's kind of going on at the moment up there. That's kind of, I wouldn't say it's over. It's died down. I don't know if there'll be still tit for tat, hits and all that, but you never know. But yeah, it's sad with these gangland shootings and all and stuff like that when people get involved and innocent people end up getting caught up in the middle of it all. And as you can see here as well, like with these things going on, these are housing estates where, like, there's families living and stuff like that, and to have these nutcases running around with 45s and stuff like that. It's just crazy. But yeah, so that was basically mainly the whole thing of the murder of Martin Marlowe Highland. Um, and of course, once one criminal kingpin is gone, there's always somebody else to take their place, as we've seen. And it's no different here in this case. And I'm sure even after that other guy got taken out, there was someone to take his place again. So it's like a never ending battle. So what we'll do now is we will move on to our next thing. And what we're going to do is we're going to move on to one of the bigger kind of cases to take a look at. And what we'll move on to next there is we'll have a look at Ireland's vanishing triangle. So we will. I'm just going to take a quick drink there. We're on water tonight for safety reasons, of course. And plus, it's the middle of the week. I'm not a complete animal altogether, but there's nothing wrong with that, I suppose. Though, if you want to have one or two to relax during the week, but the last time I tried that on a live stream, we had a lot of choo moments. So I don't know if that's advisable, but yeah. So next, we're going to move on to Ireland's vanishing triangle, and it's basically a number of cases that kind of all go together in a particular period of time that Gardaí suspect may be committed by the same person or persons. This could be the work of some sort of a serial killer or something like that. And they have had suspects who they believe. One in particular we're going to take a look at. This is something, as I said, that kind of branches off into something else, but we'll take a look at that. But this is very interesting in terms of there's so much to this, and the fact that there's all these little things have happened over the years and stuff like that. The kind of it's very intriguing, and for especially for myself, like living in the area that the triangle's in. I wouldn't say I live slap bang in the middle of it, but we live fairly close to the middle of it, I suppose. Um, and some of the areas that are involved in some of the things we're going to talk about, I would have been there and stuff like that. So, it's kind of interesting that way. And some shocking cases, but at the same time, hard for the families because a lot of the time they haven't had any closure as such. But yeah, we're going to take a look at some of these, and yeah, we'll just see how we get on there. So anyway, this is kind of made up of mainly we'll say eight kind of cases. Just let me get my bearings here for 1 second. Because I had I had this thing up here a few minutes ago. Now we're a bit better here, right? So in this vanishing triangle, the disappearances that we're going to cover all appear to share some sort of common characteristics, ranging from the women's age, which is from late teens to early 30s. They disappeared inexplicably and suddenly, and no substantial clues or evidence of their fate has ever been found, despite large-scale searches and campaigns by the Gardaí. Most of these cases are kind of still open. There's a lot of families out there that have loved ones that have just disappeared into thin air, and they've never had any explanation of where their loved ones have went. The triangle is in the eastern part of the island, roughly in the boundaries of Leinster, as I said. Due to similarities in the cases, and popular hypothesis is they may be the result of a serial killer or killers being active in the area during this period. The cases of these missing women feature in the media periodically, and the disappearances have been the subject of many unsolved crime documentaries. The TV3 production of Disappeared in the Mountains being one example. TV3 is now Virgin Media here in Ireland. Uh, Irish police set up Operation Trace to focus on unsolved disappearance, but to date this has failed to turn up any substantial clues as to the fate of the women, despite a €10,000 reward offered for any information resulting in the recovery of a body. And every now and again on the anniversaries of some of the disappearances, they will renew an appeal for these. For anybody that may have information on any of these ladies' disappearances. But we're going to go through some of the ladies that disappeared, look at some of the circumstances, and you'll kind of get a picture of what's going on and the reason why they actually may think that it's the same person or persons. I'm just going to catch up on the comments real quick before I kind of get into this one. Dave saying, Dave said he's going to be right back there, so I'll see you when you get back there, Dave. No. So Dave's back. I just seen further down on the comments there, and a shout out to Joe Fitz for the $20. Thank you very much, Joe. Really appreciate it. That'll go into the fund for some coffee, I suppose, coming up soon, and because I'm running low on some coffees here, so that'll keep us going in some of the live streams. So I appreciate that, Joe. And the Kiwi Dave saying, right hand your Irish passport and you're letting down the table. I know, I'm no beer tonight, so I'm having I'm having a night off, I suppose. Yeah, so we'll just get into the. I think Dave saying coffee, yeah, coffee. I'm not doing air quotations here, but yeah. No, well, it could be an Irish coffee, we could have the best of both. We could have the coffee and we could have a little bit of something else, to mellow us out, I suppose. Yeah, so as I was saying, we're going to get into some of the different cases here. There's kind of mainly 8, I suppose, that we're going to take a look at that involve this vanishing triangle. So first up, we have Annie McCarrick, who was 26 of Long Island, New York. She was over here living, and she was working over here as well. She went missing on the 26th of March, 1993. She was living in Sandymount in County Dublin, and the last confirmed sighting of her was at a post office in Enniskerry, County Wicklow. However, there was an unconfirmed sighting of her outside Johnny Fox's pub in Glencullen, County Dublin. That's Johnny Fox's pub is the highest pub in Ireland. It's kind of up in the Dublin Mountains there. Very popular spot, and only recently I seen in the paper they were reporting that they're doing pretty well. Business is doing pretty well. It's improved quite a lot since the lockdowns and all that. Where a lot of other places are finding it hard at the moment and struggling, but Johnny Fox's seems to be doing good. It's a very kind of big touristy spot. The sighting, that particular sighting was by a doorman on the door of the pub who said she was with an unknown man. They left the lounge of Johnny Fox's pub and entered the cabaret room where the unknown man paid for both of them to enter. McCarrick had invited her friend Hilary Brady and his girlfriend Rita Fortune to dinner at her apartment the next day. When McCarrick was not there, they contacted her parents in New York and she was reported missing. McCarrick's parents, John and Nancy McCarrick, arrived in Ireland shortly after their daughter was reported missing, but left after a 6-month-long unsuccessful search for Annie. And that's the thing, it's hard for the parents, especially when someone, relative, child or loved one or whatever, goes missing and they're in another country. It's so hard because it's trying to communicate, and there's obviously time zone differences, and then it's such a vast distance to travel as well. Especially back then in the early 90s, things weren't the same as they are now. And as I said, Annie McCarrick was an American citizen. She was born in Long Island and lived there until she moved to Ireland in 1987. As I said, she disappeared on the 26th of March 1993. She left her apartment in Dublin so that she could go to the Wicklow Mountains for a day out. She had asked her friend to accompany her, but her friend declined. And I often wonder, does her friend ever, like that must be something hard to kind of to be thinking about after all this has happened. That what if I had a went with her? Could I have avoided that happening, or would something have happened to me? So that's something a very hard thing to wrestle with for people afterwards. CCTV captured images of McCarrick in the Allied Irish bank location in Sandymount, where she was seen withdrawing money from her bank account. She did some shopping at Quinsworth supermarket, which is taken over by Tesco. So that it was a long time ago when it was Quinsworth. Before returning to her apartment at 3 p.m. She was seen on a bus at about 3:40 p.m. in Ranelagh, heading towards Enniskerry. Sometime later that evening, between 8 and 10 p.m., the doorman at Johnny Fox's pub in Glencullen seems to have claims to have seen McCarrick at the pub accompanied by a young man who was wearing a wax jacket. Allegedly, McCarrick had gone to see an Irish music and dancing show. There was a traditional event called the Hooley Show, but did not realise that there was a cover charge. Apparently, as we said, McCarrick's male friend paid for her and accompanied her in to watch the show. Nobody saw either McCarrick or her male friend leave the pub, and the man's identity has never been discovered. However, this sighting at Johnny Fox's has been disputed over the years. As it was dark and wet outside that night, it seems unlikely that McCarrick would have walked all the way from Enniskerry to Glencullen, which was 6 kilometres away. So, you know, how did she get away from the pub that night? Now, nobody obviously seen them leaving, as I said, but, you know, she would have had to have got a lift from someone. If she had got some sort of a bus or a cab or something from there, somebody would have came forward and haven't seen her, or they would have interviewed people at the time. If there had been a bus in the area or anything, they would have interviewed a driver. So she definitely, I'd say, left that place with somebody in a vehicle, and where they went after that is a mystery. It says numerous searches by authorities in Ireland have turned up nothing in McCarrick's disappearance. The authorities focused their search on the Wicklow Mountains and wider Leinster area, as many women have gone missing there since 1990. Gardaí believe that McCarrick may have been murdered by the same serial killer involved in the other disappearances. In 2008, the case was reopened, and in 2014, in a new book called Missing Presumed, by a detective named Sergeant Alan Bailey, it was revealed that an IRA killer and child abuser was established as a credible suspect in the disappearance of McCarrick. In July 2020, a New York based lawyer named Michael Griffith announced that he had received a significant new lead in relation to the McCarrick case. In September 2020, a US based team of private investigators announced they had identified the suspect, whom they believe murdered Annie McCarrick. The investigative team believes that McCarrick never actually made it to Johnny Fox's pub, and that the alleged sighting at the pub was a case of mistaken identity. So that's something interesting to think about. I would have been of the assumption that if she was there, as I said, she would have left with somebody in a vehicle, but they think that may have been a case of mistaken identity. So, yeah, you can think to yourself that perhaps it was, but where did she go? She was definitely seen on that bus at 3:40 p.m. in Ranelagh, which was heading out towards Enniskerry. So was it perhaps she had got off at Enniskerry and maybe something had happened to her there? Um, the team believes that McCarrick went missing sometime after arriving in Enniskerry. Michael Griffith stated that the pieces of the puzzle were slowly coming together. Recently, it has come to light that a woman named Margaret Wogan spotted a woman matching the description of Annie McCarrick in Popple's Cafe in Enniskerry on the Friday afternoon that she went missing. According to Wogan, McCarrick was accompanied by a man with a square face. Private investigators now believe that this is a vital piece of information in the McCarrick case. Michael Griffith has stated that the new lead they are working on involves someone who McCarrick may have dated. So that's kind of interesting. In that case, it could be someone that you may have known to her, maybe she met up with them out there and something happened. But yeah, so Annie McCarrick missing now well over 30 years, and Oh well, missing 30 years. Um, and terrible for the parents as well, not having any closure about what happened to their daughter. And yeah, just another one of those tragic cases where you just it's just unexplainable what happened to her um after that point. But Annie McCarrick's the first lady that we're going to take a look at in that. um Now, moving on, next up we're going to take a look at Eva Brennan. Not a lot on the details on Eva Brennan's disappearance here, but Eva Brennan went missing in Rathgar, County Dublin. She went missing on the 25th of July 1993, which was only a couple of months after Annie McCarrick went missing. Um, Imelda Keenan, who was 22 of Mount Mellick, County Laois, went missing on the 3rd of January 1994. She was living in Waterford City, County Waterford, and she had initially gone to stay with one of her brothers in Cove, County Cork, but left it after a short while when she went to stay with her two brothers in Waterford City. She was living with her boyfriend Mark Wall. They both lived in an apartment in the town on William Street. Keenan attended the Central Technical Institute in Waterford, where she undertook a computer course for a short period. Keenan told Wall that she was going to the post office, and Keenan left the apartment at around 1:30 p.m. and walked down William Street onto Lombard Street. The last confirmed sighting of Keenan at this time is when she was seen crossing the road by a local doctor's secretary who knew her well. The secretary and a friend observed Keenan crossing the road at the corner of the Tower Hotel in Lombard Street, and she was never seen again. So, just when I go back to this image that I have on screen, just down the very bottom of that map that's on the screen there, you'll see would be Waterford. Um, the dot that's down to the very bottom on the far right hand side, that would be down around, that would be Rosslare in County Wexford. So the very bottom dot more so to the left hand side would be Waterford. So that's where this lady went missing. Annie McCarrick would be one of the dots up there closer to Dublin, which would be on the right hand side more so. Those kind of two middle dots there would be one of those. And just for a kind of a rough idea of where these are kind of going on. I may have another map here. I don't know if this one's any better. No, but you can see down there. What I was saying is down the bottom would have been Waterford. I have this better map here. Sorry. Yeah, so these are some of the ladies that went missing with the arrows pointing to where where this happened. So I'm going to keep that on the screen there while we continue further on there. And I will. I just lost me tab that I had there. Next, we will move on to Josephine Jojo Dullard, who was 21 of Callan, County Kilkenny, who went missing on the 9th of November 1995. She was living in Harold's Cross, County Dublin, and had recently dropped out of a beauty therapy course after finding it difficult to juggle work and college at the same time. On the day she disappeared, she was planning on moving home to Callan. She had missed her bus home to Callan and had to take a bus to Naas, County Kildare instead. She disappeared in the Moon area of Kildare. She was hitchhiking home from Dublin to Kilkenny. She had been driven from the Dublin area to Kilcullen, County Kildare, and then from Kildare, and then from Kilcullen to Moon. She was last seen using a payphone, and through telephone records, police found out that a call was made at 11:37 p.m. to Dullard's friend Mary Cullinan. She ended the call as she was about to enter another car. There was also an unconfirmed sighting of her walking along the road in Castlederma, County Kildare. The driver of the car has never been traced. Now, according to a documentary that I looked at, her friend was saying that when she was on the phone, yeah, when she was on the phone to that person, a car had actually pulled up who may have known that she was hitchhiking. So her friend assumed that she had gotten a lift and that, she'd be on her way home. But she never returned home, and no, there's been no sighting of her ever since. Obviously, with all these ladies that I've mentioned so far, and the rest of the ladies I'm going to mention, there was massive searches and massive campaigns and appeals put out at the time, and just absolutely nothing to let us know where these ladies had actually disappeared. Next is Fiona Pender, who is 25 of Tullamore, County Offaly, and went missing on the 23rd of August 1996. She was last seen leaving her apartment by her boyfriend John Thompson. Pender was 7 months pregnant at the time of her disappearance. In 2008, a small wooden cross bearing the name Fiona Pender was found on the Slieve Bloom Way at the border between counties Laois and Offaly, which led to the belief that Fiona was buried in the Slieve Bloom Mountains. Now, there was an extensive search done at the time, I believe, to see was there anything there, and they didn't find anything at the time. Now, there is a theory out there that it could have been someone that was a bit sick in the head doing that to the family to make them have some sort of hope that she was buried there, or to kind of mess around with the family on the anniversary. Or perhaps it was the killer who's still out there, kind of taunting the family or something like that. But that was very suspicious the way that seemed to happen many years after she had went missing. Like, um, also very sad that the lady was 7 months pregnant at the time as well. Uh, who knows what the theory could have been there really? Um, could it have been something where, I don't know. We really don't know. I'd be only speculating, I suppose. I don't really like to speculate um on a couple of the things that I was thinking may have happened there. But um yeah, very sad situation there, and obviously the boyfriend left behind, and a family as well. Like, so, um just another tragic case. Um, Next up, we have Kira Breen, who was 17 of Dundalk, County Louth, and went missing on the 13th of February 1997. She was last seen by her mother Bernadette, who said at the time that they had both gone to bed just after midnight, and after 2 a.m., Bernadette got up to go to the toilet and discovered she was missing. She had left a window on the latch, and it's believed she did so she could climb back in. In 2014, two credible witnesses came forward with sightings of Kira from the night she disappeared, and in 2015, a man in his 50s was arrested but released without charge. So, nothing further in that case there. But yeah, 17-year-old girl kind of sneaking out in the middle of the night, probably to meet up with friends, or could have been made to meet up with a secret boyfriend or something like that. Um, didn't come back in, and you just sit there and you think to yourself, what happened to these people? You know, like, people just don't disappear as such. Like, we can talk about these things happening, like these abductions, alien abductions, and stuff like that, and all, but people just don't disappear like that. Um, eh, it's so weird. Obviously, like I'd obviously be the opinion that in a lot of these cases, something bad has come of these women, like, and I know some of them maybe could be explained for maybe people taking their own lives or something like that, but you'd expect then in that case a body to have shown up at some stage. That's what makes me think that a lot of these women were murdered and the bodies were buried. And you know, it's just one of those things. It's actually scary just to think about it. Like that girl sneaking out through a window. She's gone out somewhere, and then what happened. It's crazy, but it's something to say that why parents some parents do keep really good tabs on their kids, because when you hear stories like that as well, I wouldn't be surprised if some parents locking the windows so the kids can't sneak out through them at night time. And I have to say, I'm guilty of that myself, as a teenager, of sneaking out. But when you actually look at a story like that, you think, you know, anything could have happened to you when you're out, and your parents think you're in bed, and it's just so sad. I actually, my mother told me a story before about a woman she knew, and her son had snuck out one night with a friend of his who had a motorbike at the time, and they ended up having an accident in the middle of the night, and the two of them were killed off the motorbike. And the Gardaí knocked on the door and woke the mother up. Obviously, she came down to the door, and they said, your son's after being involved in a motorcycle accident. And she says, like, it couldn't be. He's upstairs in bed, like, and they said, I'm afraid he's not, we found his identity and all on him or whatever. And of course, she went up and he wasn't in the bed, like he'd snuck out or whatever. And that's so tragic. I mean, you think your kid's safe in bed, but, it's something like that. You can't be everywhere all the time. You can only try your best. Um, And as you say, Joe Fitz is in there, the one with the baby, though, extra sad. Yeah, that it is when it's something like that. Yeah, you have to wonder. Like, I didn't want to speculate, but my thinking there was, I often wonder in those situations when a pregnant lady goes missing like that. Obviously we perhaps something bad happened to her with someone, murdering her or something like that. But then sometimes you wonder, people are young and they don't want to have baby. And remember back then in Ireland, we didn't have the abortion was illegal at the time. There wasn't those options for women, and maybe people back then may have felt more trapped or something like that in terms of if they had a baby through an unplanned pregnancy, or maybe through someone being attacked or something like that. I often wonder, would these people go missing because they're depressed or something like that? Could it have been something like that maybe people didn't know about, and that's happened? But as I said, that if it was something like that, you'd think a body would have shown up at some stage, because it would have been hidden away. Like, so it's hard to tell, but it's a very sad situation. But I'll continue on to, there's a couple more ladies. So I said that one we covered was Ciara Brain, and then we also have Fiona Sinnott, was 19, of Rosslare in County Wexford. There's one of these, I think it could be the disappearance of Fiona Sinnott there. I think it could be that one where there was one of them. I will find out now before the end of the stream. There was one where the lady, I could have been the one where the lady that was pregnant there. I remember reading somewhere about one of these cases involved in this vanishing triangle, where this, I think it was her personal belongings had been packed up and stuff like that. So they reckon she was leaving or something, but she didn't actually take the personal belongings. I'm not sure. I'll come back to that. Um, Yeah, it's just when I've looked down, I knew there was something there about Fiona Sinnott, who I mentioned there, 19, of Rosslare, County Wexford, who went missing on the 8th of February 1998. They're saying, although it's possible that may be linked in with the vanishing triangle, and may have been possible that a serial killer may have been involved. They're saying that the suspect in Fiona Sinnott's case, they reckon that it was a man who was well known to her. So that one there, maybe there's a bit of contention with that one. And then finally, we're going to move on to this one. And this one would be probably considered the most bizarre of all the cases in terms of this one was just weird the way the other ones, there was some sort of you'll understand when I actually read it there. So we're moving on now to Deirdre Jacob. And Deirdre Jacob disappeared near her home in Newbridge, County Kildare, on the 28th of July 1998. She was aged just 18 years of age. In August of 2018, the Garda Síochána announced that her disappearance was being treated as a murder case. So she went missing in 1998, but it did take just near on 20 years to for them to update it to a murder case, because some new information came to light. But they were just treating it as a missing persons case. Deirdre was born on the 14th of October 1979. And at the time of her disappearance, she had completed her first year as a student teacher at St Mary's University in Twickenham, London. Deirdre was last seen at about 3 p.m. on the 28th of July 1998. She had gone to the Newbridge branch of Allied Irish Bank to get a bank draft to pay for a student accommodation at the university. She then went to the post office to post the bank draft. She also visited her grandmother, who owned the local shop. The last sight of her was close to her house on the Bardstown Road. At the time of her disappearance, she wore a dark t-shirt, white shoes, and was carrying a black bag with a yellow Caterpillar Incorporated logo. The bag has never been found. Um, the strange thing about this disappearance is that this disappearance actually happened. Deirdre was right outside her house. It says she disappeared just yards from her parents' home as she walked home. This particular case is often said to be the most puzzling, as Jacob was almost home. She was literally at her front gate. Passing motorists witnessed Jacob approaching within yards of her parents' driveway, as well as numerous other sightings, but she never made it to the house. No trace has ever been found of her, and she was never seen again. And it's so bizarre. She was literally at the front gate. People passing by seen her at the gate, and that's how, when you just think about it, you can't become complacent, I suppose, at any time, because even when you're literally on your driveway, you're not safe. It seems, and this poor lady disappeared. Now I don't know if a passing car maybe called her and got into the car or what. That's the only explanation that I can think of. If she was right there and nearly got home, all I can think is a car pulled in. Now, this vanishing triangle, what we're going to do now is, now that we've looked at the main ladies that are involved in this vanishing triangle, these cases, we're going to take a look at who the Gardaí may think may be responsible, and why that is. So just on a quick note, the last disappearance to be included on the list was actually Fiona Sinnott. Now I didn't read them in the order there. Since then, no cases of disappearance of being of an age or so unexplained and random as to be added to this list. So basically, Fiona Sinnott was the last person that was added to the list, with Annie McCarrick being considered the start of these disappearances. And as I said, this is ranging from back in 1993 all the way up until 1998. So a good period of a number of years there. When all these ladies were gone missing, and very scary at the time for a lot of young women in that age group, and in these areas, especially around the Leinster area, kind of wondering, were you going to be one of these next people that was going to end up going missing? So there was a state of fear around, and there was a lot of effort to try do something about it. So in order to progress with this, I suppose we're going to have to take a look at, this is what I'm on about this slightly branching off. We're going to take a look at another guy here now in a second that maybe suspected, the Gardaí do suspect him of having some sort of involvement in this, and if he's not involved in it, he perhaps knows something about it. And we're going to take a look at him there now. I just want to get the thing up on the screen. I just want to get sorry, bear with me here, guys. Yeah, so sorry about that, guys. Yeah, so we're going to take a look at a guy called Larry Murphy here. Some people from Ireland that may be watching may be already familiar with this guy, but this guy is suspected of having some involvement, although he's been questioned numerous times by the Gardaí about these disappearances. He's never actually admitted that he knows anything about him, or he's always denied his involvement in him. So we're going to branch off and take a quick look at this guy first. I'm going to see if I can get an image up on screen here now. Um, and we'll have a little look at this guy, and we'll say why this guy may have been suspected for having involvement in some of these disappearances. Uh, right. So that guy there is Larry Murphy, and we're gonna find out a little bit more about Larry now. So Larry Murphy is a man who was jailed in January 2001, having been convicted of kidnapping, repeatedly raping, and attempting to murder a young Carlow woman on the 11th of February 2000 in the Wicklow Mountains. This case, I've read a couple of books on this. Kind of, they're not extremely long books, or they're kind of short books on this. Read many articles about it and a couple of documentaries. Uh, Very interested in the connection that this guy may or may not have to these disappearances. This guy, very unsavory character, and definitely a candidate for a suspect for this anyway. So um a little bit about this guy. He was a carpenter from Baltinglass. Um, just your general everyday run of the mill guy, you'd think. Um, so I just yeah, sorry, I'm just I'm just getting this straight here so we can kind of go through it. Um, so anyway, during this ordeal, so what happened is this particular lady was running her own business in Carlow. She had I think it was a hair salon or some sort of beauty salon anyway. And Murphy was waiting outside. He was kind of waiting for her to close up uh, the shop, like, because she was on her own there. So he was waiting for her to close up the shop. So he waited outside. He kidnapped her and locked her in the boot of his Toyota Corolla car, and then drove to Kilkee in County Kildare, where he repeatedly raped and beat her. She was then locked in the boot again while he drove to Spinnan's Cross in the Wicklow Mountains, where he again raped her several times. The woman began to fight back, and Murphy produced a plastic bag which he placed over her head in an attempt to suffocate her. He stopped his assault when two hunters came across the scene and recognized Murphy. Murphy fled the area and returned to his home. So apparently, these two hunters were out hunting that night in the woods, and they ended up coming across this scene, shone their torches on it. Murphy was obviously realized that he had been caught, but they recognized it because he'd been drinking in the local pub, and they knew damn well who he was. And he fled. They went over to the aid of the woman, obviously, and they put the woman into their jeep, brought her back to the jeep, brought her down to Baltinglass Garda station. And I remember from, I think it was either the book or one of the documentaries, that the local Garda that was on duty that night, man in the desk or whatever, was sitting there. I think it could have been even the sergeant that was there that night. Um, you saying like nothing happens in Baltinglass, like nothing crazy. Wasn't expecting anything wild to happen, and the hatch was hammered down on the front desk. So when he went out and opened it, he said he couldn't believe what he seen. There was literally two guys standing there in camouflage gear with two hunting rifles, and a lady with her clothes hanging off her, covered in blood, badly beaten. And he said, for a second, I looked at these men, and he said, I wasn't sure if they were there to report a crime, or they were in the process of committing one, or what was going on. But the woman was clearly terrified at the time and went to the guard station, obviously, as I said, and the hunters identified Murphy as her attacker. The Gardaí showed up at Murphy's house the next morning, where members of An Garda Síochána arrested him. He knew why they were there and admitted to what he had done the previous day. Murphy was later tried and convicted of the rape and attempted murder. He was released from prison on the 12th of August 2010 after serving only 10 years of a 15-year sentence, which was a bit of a joke considering that he was attempting to murder that woman, and it just really bad. Like, now, his release did stir up an awful lot of controversy here in Ireland because um first of all, he only served 10 of a 15-year sentence, right? And his release caused the outcry because he had refused treatment while he was in prison. He denied the whole time that he was in prison that he had a problem. Told his brother numerous times when his brother went to visit him and asked him for an explanation of why he'd done what he'd done. He said he just snapped or just flipped or something like that. He said so. Wasn't really forthcoming to the brother with any information. Was interviewed by the Gardaí a number of times. Couldn't explain why he'd done that. But as I said, outcry was the fact that he wasn't accepting any treatment in jail, no therapy, no courses, no nothing. He literally flouted around in jail waiting to get out. Also, another thing that led to the controversy is that Murphy, the 15 years, like, well, what I'll say is that the 15 years I thought was pretty low anyway in the first place. Like, he probably should have got more time, but the fact that he only served 10 of those 15, um during questioning about that particular woman's injuries, the lady that he attacked, it was reported that Murphy commented, "Well, she's alive, isn't she? And she was lucky," as if to show no sign of remorse or guilt there whatsoever. So he didn't really care what he had done. He was only looking after himself, doing what he wanted to do. And what the woman should consider herself lucky that the hunters came along and she wasn't murdered. Well, she was lucky, but the way he's acting, and to have that sort of an attitude. Now, even though a life sentence was available to the court and would mean Murphy could be held in custody indefinitely, Judge Carney sentenced Murphy to only 15 years, taking into account Murphy's guilty plea, which spared his victim having to testify in court, and highlighting the fact that sentences by him had been overturned by the Criminal Court of Appeal. So the judge was feeling at the time that he had to take into account his guilty plea, which, okay, it spared the victim having to give testimony, but I wonder if you had to ask the lady, would she like to give testimony in order for him to have more of, to get more years? She probably would have been delighted to do that. And he was also highlighting the fact that sentences that had been handed down by him had been overturned, but that's no reason not to give out a harsh sentence to somebody that's committed a heinous crime just because a higher up court has turned it over on appeal. So, a ridiculous, like, reduced from, possible life sentence down to 15 years and then end up only serving 10. And then while you're in there having no remorse and then having not taken part in any programs or anything like that. Another thing, as I was going to say, is that caused controversy is that Murphy was sentenced before the Sex Offenders Act was introduced in 2001. So he's not subject to a post-supervision release order. Or a post-release supervision order, sorry. And that's basically these sex offenders, when they get out, they have to sign in at a local Garda station. They have to tell Gardaí where they're living, and if they're moving to a new area, they have to inform the Gardaí there. If they're going to move to another jurisdiction, the police there will be informed. And also, if they're starting to form any relationships, with someone, that person has may be informed as well. Like, you wouldn't like someone like that to be starting to date someone belonging to you, and they didn't know what he was responsible for in the past. Now, the thing about Murphy is Murphy has been suspected by Gardaí of being involved in some of those disappearances that we're talking about here. And sorry there, guys. So he's suspected of being involved in some of those disappearances. Now, he's obviously been denying that and that he has anything to do with it. But there's been a couple of different things over the years as well that have been said. I think they're at so we get into that now in a second. Sorry, I was just going to skip ahead there. But so basically, there was widespread opposition to Murphy's release especially because it was an early release, especially from the residents of his hometown, which is Baltinglass, announced that he wouldn't be welcome in the village. Now there was a TV3 documentary kind of on the week that Larry Murphy was being released, where it actually had his brother on, and the brother kind of mainly came on simply for the fact that the media hadn't really left him alone leading up to the release of Larry, and they were basically, a lot of speculation was his family going to welcome him back to Baltinglass? Was he going to be coming back to stay with the brother? And the brother, obviously fearful for his own safety, and obviously not wanting to be drug into this whole thing, came on to TV to basically have his say, and he basically said that he went to visit Larry in prison. He asked Larry why he did what he did. And as I said, he said he just flipped. And that's all the explanation he got from Larry. And he said that he wasn't going to be coming back to live with him, that he has nothing to do with him now, and that he doesn't want to be involved in it. And I appreciate that he didn't do anything wrong to anybody. And it's bad when the family ends up getting caught up in it that way and having their lives ruined over something someone else done. Um, So, as I said, widespread opposition to his release, not welcome back home in Baltinglass. And after he was released, he was considered a high risk offender and was visited by a member of the Gardaí every month. Now, they didn't really need the Gardaí to be following him around every month, because the local press and media, national media as well, were doing a good job of keeping tabs of where Larry was. They were following him up and down the country, and he actually went into the Garda station a number of times in Dublin to complain to the Gardaí that he was being harassed by the media, that they were following him around. But of course, there was nothing the guards could do about it. He had made his bed. Now he was lying in it, I suppose. Um, it was known that Murphy had fled the country and had taken up residence in the south of Spain, where he was kept under surveillance by the police there. Shortly afterwards, he moved up to Amsterdam, and during his time there, witnesses, unaware of his past, reported that he frequented several bars, but was quiet and kept to himself. He drank and smoked cannabis regularly, and at times approached and attempted to strike up conversation with young women. Hopefully none of them actually managed to get into too much of a conversation with him, as he's quite a dangerous individual. In the time the media became aware of his location, and under increased scrutiny from Dutch police, Murphy fled back to Spain through France. Living in the south of Spain in late 2011, Murphy's wallet and passport were allegedly stolen while engaging in the services of a prostitute. So there you go. Some small bit of karma coming back to get him there. This led him to consult the Spanish authorities in a bid to travel back to Ireland to obtain a new passport. As a result of his background becoming known, there was much dissension among the local population regarding his presence there. 2 weeks later, after his new documents were in order, he returned to the south of Spain. It was also said that he was walking around the docks down in Barcelona as well. And there was also a talk that he had hooked up, he was hanging around with a convicted double rapist, who was also living in Amsterdam. It says in November 2012, he was photographed by journalists in Amsterdam. He was found living with a friend, a convicted double rapist. This was aired on a 60-minute exclusive episode of TV3's primetime midweek TV program. Yeah, and I think there was another incident as well where they thought, some journalist over there thought that Murphy had been getting a bit friendly with a lady, and she was informed of who he was and what his past was, and I think she scarpered away from him fairly quickly there as well. Now I'm just going to go back and catch up on some of the comments there, and I'm just going to get a quick drink here as well. And I just want to give a quick shout out there to I'm Dizzy. Hello to see you there. I'm Dizzy. I kind of missed your comment there a couple of minutes ago. Good to see you there. Woman of no negotiable affection, Roisin saying. I think that probably would be a better term. Um, but yeah, so in January 2013, there were some local rumours spreading around on social media that he had been seen in Sagerton, County Dublin, but it was quickly denied by crime journalist Paul Williams, who stated that he was living in Amsterdam at the time. There was loads of reports going around that he was coming back and he was going to be living in this place, and he was going to be living in that place, and even kind of like localized rumours to certain areas where there was rumors going around like certain towns. Like there was even a rumor in my own town that he was going to be coming to live in a little village just out the road somewhere, but that never came of it. I think a lot of it was just kind of a hysteria, I suppose. Um, but it says in the period after Murphy's release, there developed what sometimes approached mass hysteria surrounding the whereabouts of Murphy. This was usually in part driven by rumors initiated via social media networking sites that Murphy was living in or visiting a particular town or locality. So that's just what I said there a minute ago. Um, there exists a number of dedicated social network and web pages that regularly post information on alleged sightings. Such sites have come under criticism as many of the claims therein are frequently of an inflammatory and alarmist nature, posted specifically to create fuel mass hysteria and fear among the communities where Murphy has been alleged to reside. The sightings alleged often occur in rural villages and towns that have sometimes resulted in a mild panic. In one case, resulting in an arson attack on a premises where Murphy was alleged to have been staying. So, very, very, dodgy there it can be when these stories and rumors get out there and when he's not there. And, supposing somebody said he's staying in a particular property and then someone ends up going and taking action there. And someone could end up being seriously injured or worse. Yeah, that's a good. No, it's a good term, Roger. It's a much nicer term as well. Um, yeah. So like a lot of this mass hysteria was going on. So it's not very good when things like that happen, especially for small communities when they think someone like that's coming there. In other cases, alleged sightings have resulted in individuals who bear a resemblance to Murphy being mistakenly identified as him, and that could be pretty dangerous for those individuals. Such an incident happened where he was alleged to have been resident in a popular country lodge hotel in the Glen of Aherlow in County Tipperary, and such alleged sightings frequently appear in the media. And when they do so appear, the Gardaí often release statements to the contrary to reassure the public that the authorities are fully aware of the man's true whereabouts. Despite such efforts to allay fears, such allegations continue to regularly appear. Um, and just another note there as well. Murphy was said by his brother Thomas to be a quiet individual who felt uneasy about being in the limelight. Murphy has been the subject of a number of interviews from the media. On the 28th of November 2012, a 60-minute exclusive episode of TV3's midweek program focusing on Murphy aired. The show featured a rare interview in which Murphy was questioned by reporter Paul Williams regarding his conviction, his time in prison, and his alleged links to the other cases of missing women. Murphy again denied any suggestion of his involvement and said that if Gardaí had any evidence yet to connect him with the cases, he would have already been charged. Now, just out of a matter of interest there, I'm going to see, is that interview available there? Just bear with me 1 second. And I'll actually see. I'm hoping it's here somewhere. We might have a little look at it. Just bear with me for 1 second there, guys, and I'll see if I have this. Let's see if I can get this Larry Murphy interview here, and we could just have a quick look at that. Um, if it's here. So I'm still here, guys. I'm just kind of leafing through this to see is the actual interview on this. I don't think it's in this particular. Just 1 second there, guys. Sorry. Yeah, we'll just actually just while we're here, there, I'm just gonna play this little clip here. This is in relation to him being in Amsterdam. We'll just take a quick little look at this clip here. It'll give me a little opportunity here to just refocus myself and get a bit of a drink as well. So I'm gonna see, can I share that with you guys there on screen, and just bear with me for 1 second. Okay. So yeah, we'll have a little look at this, and then hopefully after this, if it doesn't come up in it, we'll find that interview hopefully with Murphy. If it doesn't come up in this, I couldn't see it leafing through this, but this is just a little bit about being in Amsterdam that time. But yeah, we'll just kind of have a look at this, and then we'll pop back in. And just let me know in the comments when it starts playing if there is. Just let me know if there's no audio or anything like that, and I will fix it. But I think it should be okay.
The start of it, and they promise that these protests are going to get bigger and are going to continue. But in terms of the property tax, they're definitely not going to pay. That's just the start of it. Back to you, Nora.
Thank you, Ciara, for that report. Now, people living in Amsterdam were shocked and angry when we revealed on last week's show that the dangerous rapist Larry Murphy was living there. The following morning, a number of Dutch television stations approached us for information. Midweek's Michael Ryan has this report.
Van de zwaarste criminelen uit het land blijkt nu een onbezorgd leven te leiden in Amsterdam. Larry Murphy.
Last Thursday night's news on Dutch national TV channel RTL was all about Larry Murphy. The newsreaders say Irish people were shocked to hear that one of their most notorious criminals seemed to be living the good life in Amsterdam. Larry Murphy, they said, had spent years in jail and that a crime reporter had found him living in the Dutch capital. Just 24 hours earlier, most people living in Amsterdam had never even heard of Larry Murphy. But last week's shocking revelations on Midweek that one of Ireland's biggest sex offenders was living in the city and hanging around with another convicted Irish sex offender changed all that.
They go to work together, they go fishing together, they actually are inseparable. No communication with anybody else.
Yes.
And a lot of people would say, okay, they would say maybe Larry Murphy is a reformed character and he's trying to get on with his life, and that would be fair. But even the most experienced people dealing with sex offenders or whatever would say to you that that is a very disturbing development. And it is a very disturbing development because these two gentlemen are together. When we talked to sources here, they expressed grave concern that these two people were together.
The morning after the show, we got calls from television stations in Amsterdam asking if they could use the midweek footage to warn their viewers Murphy was in the city. Dutch websites soon had the latest photos of him, taken from the previous night's midweek. This one asked readers how much they really knew about their neighbours, while a third website spoke about the dangerous Irish criminal who lives and works in Amsterdam.
Now, as you can see there, it's of great concern for people that are living in an area where someone like him's living, you know, to not know his background, especially since he could be mingling with different ladies in the community there. And good on those Dutch stations for actually getting in contact when they seen that report and asking could they use the footage to, like, basically to warn their people, like. But as you can see there, like, since he was in prison, right, and he showed no remorse for what he did, he took no opportunity to go on any programs, courses, or anything like that. And then the fact that when he gets out of jail, he's hanging around with other convicted rapists while he's over in Amsterdam, and he's kind of louting around the place. Like he's not really reformed. Like Paul Williams was saying in that clip there, people could say, "Oh, he's reformed and this, that, and the other," but how, when he's still associated with, like, the thing that I always think is that a lot of these people re-offend because they're going back out. Well, definitely when it comes to people that are involved in, like, robberies or drug offences, a lot of these people, when they come back out of prison and they associate with the same people that they were associating with in the first place, they end up committing the same crimes again and ending up back in prison. And when you see him and that other guy, and they're both being convicted for very serious offences, and they're hanging around together like that, especially in a city like Amsterdam, a lot of tourists, a lot of, Amsterdam's known for certain things, and to have those two extremely seedy characters hanging around there isn't good, not good for the people. But you can tell why they want, like, to hang out in places like that. It's yeah, definitely that. And I see Kiwi Davis saying there, the comments say about the host Nora there is a scary looking woman. You wouldn't want to be her in a dark alley. I don't think so. But poor old Nora would probably take the head off you if you crossed her the wrong way there. But yeah. But I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong there. Maybe somebody else, if someone's watching there, and maybe Roisin's still there. Roisin, was Nora not in government before us? I thought Nora was the Minister for Justice at one stage years ago. It's Nora Owen, I think. Yeah, so that lady, I'm pretty sure. Let me just double check, guys. Yeah. No, that lady. Pretty sure. Just double check there. Yeah. No, that lady that was presenting that show, she used to be the Minister for Justice years ago. I'll tell you when. She was the Minister for Justice from 1994 to 1997. Yes, a very fitting person actually to have on that show, on that panel discussing this, actually, because she was the Minister for Justice around the time these women were all going missing. So yeah, that kind of makes sense there. To have herself on. Let's go another little bit here and see what's happening the rest of this little bit here.
The Dutch people were angry that Murphy had been living in their midst since January, and they knew nothing about it. Another TV station, AT5, interviewed local women who live in his neighbourhood. This lady said it was horrible to hear the news. She said there are many women and children living in the area, and she was frightened when she saw the reports. Meanwhile, this lady also said it was scary and that Murphy shouldn't have been allowed to move into the area. She said people living nearby should have been told, and that Amsterdam is an open society, but not for these kinds of people. Police in Amsterdam said they had been informed earlier this year about Murphy's presence by officers from Europol in The Hague, but they weren't given a fixed address. They said they would be visiting him in light of the latest revelations, but couldn't bow to pressure that he should be followed, because he isn't suspected of any crimes. Meanwhile, back home, the Irish newspapers also ran with the story for the next few days and into last weekend. More than 2 years after being released from prison, Murphy still sells papers. One story quoted a pregnant woman living in Amsterdam who said she hired the carpenter as a handyman to do work in her house after being introduced to him in a pub. She even gave him her house key to come and go as he pleased, and couldn't believe it when she found out who he was.
See, that's absolutely shocking. Imagine that lady having been in the house with that guy and only finding that out afterwards of what he was actually convicted of. And see, this is the thing, like, he, as I said to you, he was released before these supervision orders were put on people and all that. And perhaps if he had qualified for that, maybe the authorities may have been made aware there of his presence there. Now, there probably would have been anyway, but I'm just saying there may have been more of a thing about it, perhaps. But yeah, very, very shocking for that woman there. They have to put up with having him in the house, you know, and
This CCTV footage from a bar near Murphy's flat also emerged, showing him on a night out. The owner told newspapers in Holland that he turned up most weeks with his sex offender friend to drink pints and play pool. Other bar owners told an Irish paper last weekend that they'd be printing posters with Murphy's face on them to warn staff and other drinkers that he was in the area. This time last week, Larry Murphy was living anonymously in Amsterdam. 1 week on, all that's changed.
Before we discuss the fallout since last week with my guests in the studio, I'm joined now via Skype by Sandra Paul.
I just want to say there that good in that situation back then that he was actually kind of laying low at the time over there, but the fact that this is all kind of came out at the time, and that even the local papers were printing it, that now his kind of cover's blown, so he might have to go to the ground. But you know, that I suppose if he does move somewhere else, it's just kind of pushing the problem off somewhere else. But I suppose no matter where he goes, there's always going to be people you know, fearful of what may happen. Of course, like the fact that he, as I said, he didn't really show any remorse and all that, but it doesn't really, you know, how could you say he's reformed? You know what I mean? But yeah, I can't see there. I was just kind of trying to leaf through there to see was there was that interview in it. It was supposed to be in this but I don't know if it's been cut out of this clip, the Paul Williams interview. I was kind of just looking through it there. It's mainly the panel talking at the end there. Yeah, it's just mainly the panel talking. Because they're talking about other issues on that particular show as well there. Dave said, "Okay, I'm going to go against the grain here. I'm sure we have 501 deportees from Australia being sent back to New Zealand. Our cops are in a difficult place. They haven't done anything wrong here. So what can they do?" So you're saying there's 501 New Zealand citizens, we'll say, being deported from Australia back to New Zealand. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. So like, why are they being deported from Australia? Has it got something to do with like their visas or? Oh, sorry, I thought you meant 501 people. Sorry, the 501s are people that have no ties to New Zealand any longer, but have broken the law in Australia and have been kicked out of jail. Oh, so is it basically like if like you know like you got caught with a load of drugs in Australia, went into jail for 10 years, and now the Australian prison system, like you're being released, so now they don't want you in Australia anymore. So what? So they're trying to like send you back. So they're just trying to send you back to New Zealand then. And what's the story in? And what's the story in New Zealand? Like when they come back, like are they just like they're just free again, or like you know they're just like as long as the New Zealand authorities don't have any beef with them or whatever, are they okay? Like yeah, no, I didn't know they were called 501. I thought you were saying there was 501 deported. I thought that was an awful lot. I said, oh, what are they after doing in Australia that there's that many people getting sent back in one go? But then I just went, that's why I thought that it was maybe visa issues or something, and they were just like having a massive crackdown on people that were like undocumented or something. But yeah, that's something I hadn't really thought of too much. I know in some countries, I suppose when someone from a foreign country that's been incarcerated there gets released, I suppose. Yeah, I never really think of what really happens to that person. Maybe they don't want to stay in that particular country, especially if it's like a whole different culture. Like, if you're from London and you got locked up in Pakistan or India or somewhere like that, where it's completely different culture to what you're used to. Obviously, if you got released from prison, you might want to stay living there, but do you come back home to nothing at all, or is there anything there, And that's another thing, I suppose, when those people arrive back in New Zealand, what sort of supports are in place for them? Like, are they given some sort of a foot to stand on coming back, or like are they kind of left to their own devices, which they may go back to criminality, I suppose, in that case? And Dave's saying yes, they are free, but they're under supervision, which has been taken to court to challenge it, so it's not going to end well. Oh, I see. So they have to be kind of like watched as, a potential offender or whatever, like. But yeah, and so like are those people taking it to court themselves, or is it kind of being challenged by other people kind of on their behalf? Like, um it's a very weird situation, but I know what you're saying there. The police in New Zealand are in a difficult place. Yeah, they're supposed to keep tabs on these people, but technically they've done nothing wrong in New Zealand, and it all depends on what they've done in Australia. Obviously, like I'd have no problem with them, monitoring guys that maybe had done really violent crimes or really really bad crimes, but some guy getting caught with a couple of joints, or a guy having too many speeding tickets or something, I don't think they should kind of and not pay these fines or something. I don't think they should be like tabbing on people like that, or whatever. But Dave saying often the 501s left New Zealand as children. There's no support for the other. So like they went over there, and then I suppose there's no one. Maybe that was a long time ago. So yeah, that is crazy though. Like, see, the thing about that is, and that's another thing, do like what you could say, like with that Larry Murphy guy we were talking about there, like if he announced tomorrow, I'm coming back to live in Ireland, to be murder, like people would be going mad, to be outcry about it. So it's probably the same in that situation when some of those people that are coming back, if they're being convicted of crimes like murders and stuff like that, and like you're saying there, mostly they're all gang members. I understand why some not, everyday citizens wouldn't want those people coming back at all, but I suppose what can you do? Like the Australia don't want them there, so they're sending them back, and maybe some New Zealanders mightn't want them there even. Like, so it's kind of like, I suppose they've done wrong, and they've kind of, suppose, like, you're unwanted by all of society. I suppose at that stage nobody really wants someone there, and maybe they have the potential to reoffend or something like that. Yeah, that is funny, Dave, when you actually think about it. The fact that Australia was settled by criminals, you actually see that with what they used to do here years ago. They used to send people over there for like robbing loaves of bread and stuff like that. So yeah, there was a lot of Irish people sent over there on the prison ships. Um, yeah, so like um. And now, when you think about it, Australia is very strict in terms of the immigration and stuff like that. I find that they're probably one of the strictest when it comes to bringing anything into the country at all. It's very, very highly regulated. Like, and just to think back years ago, everybody and anybody was kind of being sent there at one stage. Um, and obviously that's sad as well for the native people that were there for so many hundreds of years, or thousands of years before that. Um, Having all these criminals showing up and just being kind of dropped off there, and dumped on the land. But yeah, fascinating there with Australia though, the way it's so it's everything's so remote from each other. There was something I read the other day. It's basically it's Antarctica's closer to Melbourne or wanted to see. What did I say there? It's geography is better than that. I think it was Melbourne. Yeah, it was Melbourne. I was right. Yeah, they're saying Melbourne's closer. Melbourne's closer to Antarctica than Melbourne is to Darwin. I think that's what it is, which is crazy, seeing as Darwin's in the same country. Yeah, it's something like that. It's because Darwin's right up the northern tip of Australia there. Yeah, there's something like that. They're saying it's so weird that Antarctica is closer to Melbourne than Melbourne is to Darwin or something like that. So yeah, it's just crazy how vast Australia is, and that's probably why it's probably why they were all being sent out there so long ago. Yeah, very very bad break to have to be sent halfway across the world like that. And Joe saying, I have to go, you wonderful people. Well, you've been wonderful as well, John. Thanks very much for joining us. It was good to see you. And thanks very much for the $20 earlier on as well. It's very much appreciated. And I hope to see you very soon. I'll probably have a premiere coming in the next day or two. Anyway, I've nearly finished that video off. So only a little tiny bit left to do on it. So hopefully tomorrow or the next day I should have that. So hopefully see you on the premiere of that. And if not, we'll see you on the next live stream. So take care, Joe. And yeah, so as I was saying there anyway, the reason why I kind of sidetracked off into your man Larry Murphy is because as we were looking at there, he is suspected to have links to a lot of these missing women cases that we were looking at there. And as I said, very sad cases there as well with a lot of those ladies, very young. As I said, like the eldest there was 39, with the youngest being 17, and they're kind of all kind of ranging from, kind of teens up to their late 30s. Very sad. A lot of these ladies were only out, like you were saying, Annie McCarrick was out for a day out. Other girl was going down to pay her. Deirdre Jacob went down and paid her money for her accommodation and stuff like that. And it's very sad when stuff like that happens, especially for the families. And it's been so many years, and there's been nothing. And then even when they get a kind of a glimmer of a hope, it's kind of it could be hit and miss. As I said with the case of Deirdre Jacob there that we were talking about, they believe. It says in 2016, her parents said that there was not a strong link between her daughter's disappearance and convicted rapist Larry Murphy, as often was supposed, as Gardaí were never able to place Murphy in Newbridge the day she disappeared. The only connection found was a piece of paper with Larry Murphy's name and phone number among the belongings of Deirdre's maternal grandmother after the latter's death. She had owned a shop in Newbridge, and Murphy had left his contact details with her grandmother as he was making wooden children's toys. But this was years before Deirdre's disappearance. There is theories that he had done work for her grandmother. That's another story I heard as well. And perhaps maybe he had seen her at the grandmother's house, and then, my surmising is then he had came back to try pick her up, or he had been passing by that evening and seen her and picked her up maybe. But that's all just, surmising on the whole situation. It says in July 2018, on the 20th anniversary of her disappearance, her father called for a dedicated missing person unit to be set up. Her parents were satisfied that Gardaí and Kildare were doing everything possible to locate their daughter, but the dedicated unit would help investigations into missing person cases. And in 2018, Gardaí had conducted 3,200 lines of inquiry and taken 2,500 witness statements. And as I said, the case had been upgraded in 2018 to a murder inquiry. Although Gardaí did not reveal the new information, they said there was a definite line of inquiry. In October of that year, Gardaí stated they had significant new leads in the murder probe and identified Larry Murphy as a person of interest. So even though her parents had said all those years ago in 2016, that they didn't think that he had any link, they were now considering him a person of interest. Now, a rumor that I had heard going around that was a prisoner that was either looking for early release or that was due to be released or something like that had came to prison authorities and said that when he was in prison with Murphy, that Murphy had apparently confessed to him. But you know, you don't really know in these situations. Jacob's family still live in Newbridge, and although they knew the reclassification of her disappearance as a murder was to happen, they still found it heart-wrenching and shattering to hear the language of a murder investigation used about their daughter's disappearance. And of course, for those people, they never got any closure. And while she's still missing, you know, there's still hope. While it's still a missing person, you know, you're always thinking, well, maybe she'll be found or something. But you know, when it becomes a murder investigation, you know, it just makes it all that more realer, like, I suppose. And I just feel sorry for all the families that don't get any closure. In October 2021, Gardaí began searching woodland near Usk Little on the Kildare-Wicklow border. The search was begun after a review of evidence and involved as many as 15 people from the Garda Technical Bureau as well as a forensic archaeologist. And the Technical Bureau, as you've probably seen, the Technical Bureau vans actually in that in the thumbnail for the video. Technical Bureau is just basically our crime scene investigators. It's one of the vans there. Yeah, they're just basically the crime scene investigators, like your CSI here, and they would show up to all the different crime scenes, murder scenes, and stuff like that, and collect the evidence. It's a technical bureau of forensic archaeologists were brought into the area. Is about 3 acres, and the search took 3 weeks, but they didn't find any remains. However, an ancient settlement from around 500 BC was unearthed. So, if you want to look at any sort of a positive side of that thing, that the search for Deirdre led to this settlement being found. So, you know, I suppose that's one positive thing that came out of this. And unfortunately, they didn't find any evidence that would lead them to any more, you know, finding out of what actually happened to Deirdre. But it says the Gardaí had submitted a criminal file to the DPP, which is the Director of Public Prosecutions, in 2021. However, on the 16th of July 2022, it was reported that the DPP had returned the file with a direction of no prosecution. And I don't know if that was in relation to Larry Murphy, you know, as they had identified him as a person of interest. Now, I don't know if that had relation to that, but obviously the Gardaí sent their file forward and the DPP said there wasn't enough there to go ahead with the prosecution. So yeah, so hopefully sometime something will come along. And just gonna check this actually, our Irish Times article about that. Yeah, it was Larry Murphy that we're talking about there. It says convicted rapist Larry Murphy will not face criminal charges over the 1998 disappearance and murder of Kildare teenager Deirdre Jacob. Sources have confirmed a criminal file was sent to the DPP last year after evidence was reviewed and it was decided not to bring criminal charges. Garda headquarters confirmed the outcome, saying as part of the investigation, a file was put forward recently and returned with a direction of no prosecution. The family of Miss Jacob have been informed and are being continuously liaised with. The force added that the investigation remains active and that Gardaí are still appealing for witnesses to come forward. It just kind of goes back over there that she'd, you know, gone to pay for student accommodation. She vanished on her return home, and Murphy was the prime suspect. 4 years ago, it says Gardaí travelled to the UK to interview Murphy, who did not substantively engage with them. Garda National Bureau of Criminal Investigation and their serious crime review team are the ones handling the upgraded murder case. Yeah, this is the thing I was talking about, guys. It says the Gardaí received information from a witness who claimed Murphy had told him he was responsible for the killing. The man claimed Murphy told him he pulled into the roadside on the pretense of asking Miss Jacob for directions, and when she leaned into the vehicle to see what area he was pointing to on a map, he dragged her inside the vehicle and drove off. The witness claimed the motive for the abduction was sexual, but that Murphy panicked because Miss Jacob struggled so much and he killed her immediately. Her remains have never been found, and Garda searches were carried out as recently as last October in an area known as Taggartstown, but not enough value was found. So, yeah, guys, very odd disappearances that happened in this vanishing triangle, and at the same time, no real leads. Murphy suspected, but at the end of the day, never proven as such. Another lady here, sorry that they've added a couple more to this one. I didn't notice that one. There's a lady down here that vanished from Clondalkin in 2011. Not saying since she was out shopping, which is Ezra Oiron, who was 38, and then another girl there that's on the list there is Renard Murray, who was 17 and was murdered on the 4th of September 1994 in Glenageary, County Dublin. Seen arguing with a man after leaving a pub, body found near home. In that case, they actually found the girl's body. So I don't know why that's actually included in there. I'm not sure if that will be counted as one of the disappeared ladies, but that's an interesting case as well, and that's another unsolved case. And I think that girl's father's constantly appealing, especially around the anniversary, for any information. And there definitely are people out there that know something about where these women went, and it's just it's very sad. And another point to note is that it's always brought up in a lot of these reports about it that a lot of these disappearances stopped happening as soon as Murphy was locked up in 2001 for that incident with that lady that time. So very a very strange one there, and this vanishing triangle. It's a kind of it's a fascinating thing about what's going on, and you do wonder if it isn't Murphy or someone like that. I wonder, is it some sort of a serial killer or something like that? Is it all the same person, or is it just a lot of unfortunate disappearances and murders all in the one area? So something that's always quite interested me, because I live near enough in the triangle, we'll say. So yeah, it's kind of cases you hear a lot about and stuff like that. And KB Dave saying, imagine the cops know exactly who did it, but don't have one piece to convict. See, there's so much, like, there's a lot of people have said over the years, like as I was saying with that guy that said that Murphy confessed to him, and then, as I said, there's other coincidences, like a lot of this stopped happening after Murphy went to jail, and they all happened in an area near bar the two, let's say, down at the bottom of the map there. Most of the others happened around where Murphy, like Baltinglass will be kind of, if you look at number 8 on that map and kind of go to the right, it'll be kind of to the right of that, somewhere where that dashed line kind of comes down near the Glencullen, County Dublin. Somewhere over around there would be Baltinglass. It's kind of hard to pinpoint that map's so zoomed out, but that'd be kind of where Baltinglass is. It's kind of in his area of operations there. That's why he was suspected, especially after that incident with that other lady. It was kind of the same thing. Yeah, and just Dave saying there, the 38, 39-year-olds don't really fit well with the others. That's another thing, you know. It's that other lady that disappeared. There was another lady that was a little bit older there, from back in the day. Not the lady that's there on that picture, but where was that other one? Eva Brennan, I was 39 from Rackar, County Dublin, went missing on the 25th of July 1993. So yeah, I know what you mean there. Yeah, that's kind of, it's out of sorts there a bit, whereas the others were kind of there. You have 18, 19, 17, 25, 21, 22, and 26 is Annie McCarrick there. So yeah, it's all the others were kind of in or around the same age, unless like maybe if it was the same person, it was kind of just like an opportunistic type thing. That just happened to be who was there or whatever. But yeah, very, very, very sad cases there. But yeah, if there's ever any more information on any of them, I will kind of look into those there. And I will kind of bring more of it in other live streams if any more information comes up, or even if we hear any more about your man Larry Murphy there. Now we're going to move on now to the next thing that we were going to take a look at here. So we've already covered so far. We've covered the Martin Marlowe Highland murder, and we're just after covering there the Ireland's vanishing triangle. So let's take a quick look now at the Sophie Toscan de Plantier murder. A lot of you will probably be familiar with that. They just pop it up there. Yeah, this happened on the 23rd of December 1996 in West Cork here in Ireland, and Sophie Toscan de Plantier was a 39-year-old French woman who was killed outside her holiday home in Toormore, Gullane, County Cork, Ireland on the night of the 23rd of September 1996. British journalist Ian Bailey, who lived near Toscan de Plantier's home in Ireland, was suspected twice by An Garda Síochána, yet no charges were laid as the Director of Public Prosecutions found there was insufficient evidence to proceed to trial. Bailey lost a libel case against 6 newspapers in 2003 and also lost a wrongful arrest case against the Gardaí Minister for Justice and Attorney General in 2015. In 2019, Bailey was convicted of murder by the Cour d'Assises in Paris and sentenced to 25 years in prison. He was tried in absentia in France after winning a legal battle against extradition. In 2020, Ireland's High Court ruled that Bailey could not be extradited. Basically, they were of the opinion that Bailey hadn't been proven guilty of the crime here, so they weren't going to extradite him back to there, more or less. Sophie was a French television producer and lived in Paris with her husband and her son from her first marriage. She had visited Ireland several times as a teenager and bought the cottage at Toormore, which is Irish for Great Omen, in 1993 as a holiday retreat. She was a regular visitor with her son. Locals knew her by her maiden name, which was Buinal or Buinil. I'm not really great at pronouncing that there. The cottage was in a remote part of rural West Cork. She arrived alone in Ireland on the 20th of December 1996 with plans to return to Paris for Christmas. Sophie was found by a neighbour at 10 a.m. in a laneway beside her house, and I should have a picture there. We should have a picture there of the house. So that's the scene there. This is actually a grab from a Netflix documentary. If anybody has a Netflix subscription, I think you should be able to find it now. It should be still on Netflix anyway. Murder at the Cottage, I think it's called. But if you type in if you type it in there, you should find it anyway. But it's definitely there was a Netflix documentary on the whole crime there. So yeah, she was found by a neighbour at 10 a.m. in the laneway beside her house, which is the one you're looking at there in the photograph there. The scene of the murder is just there where that gate is. That's where she was found by a neighbour. She was dressed in nightwear and boots. Her long john bottoms were caught on a barbed wire fence. Bloodstains were present on a gate as well as a nearby piece of slate and a concrete block. Her body was left outdoors until the arrival of the state pathologist 28 hours later. He found laceration and swelling of the brain, fracture of the skull, and multiple blunt head injuries. The facial injuries were so severe that her neighbour could not formally identify her. The Gardaí have been criticised for mishandling evidence and were alleged to have been coercing and intimidating witnesses. And Garda Síochána's Ombudsman Commission report concluded that while there was a lack of administration and management in the investigation, there was no evidence of any high-level corruption. So, as I've already mentioned there, Ian Bailey, or Ian Kenneth Bailey, to give him his full name, was suspected of this, and I'll try pop up a picture of Mr. Bailey there on the screen. Yeah, so just going to have a look at this. I'm just going to pop this picture of Ian Bailey up on the screen there so you can see. So that's Ian Bailey there, and that's the person that would be considered or has been considered the main suspect in this case. No evidence was ever found to convict him here of the crime, so the DPP has directed no conviction. Now, as I said there a few minutes ago, there he was convicted in his absence in France of the murder of Sophie, but the Irish government wouldn't extradite him back. So I'm just gonna get a quick drink here. It says Ian Kenneth Bailey was born in Manchester, England. He worked variously as a freelance journalist, sometimes published under the name of Owen Bailey, and a fish farm worker, and held a market stall selling pizzas and poems. He moved to Ireland in 1991 and lived with his partner in Galeen from 1992 onwards. Bailey was known to local Gardaí from previous incidents of domestic violence towards his partner, which had resulted in her hospitalisation. In 2001, he was convicted of assault in Skibbereen District Court. A psychiatrist report prepared for the murder trial concluded that he had personality constructed on narcissism, psychorigidity, violence, impulsiveness, egocentricity, and with an intolerance to frustration and a great need for recognition. Under the liberating effects of alcohol, he had a tendency to become violent. After his failed libel case, the judge stated that Mr. Bailey is a man who likes a certain amount of notoriety and that he perhaps likes to be in the limelight, and he likes a lot to dabble in a bit of self-publicity. Bailey denies knowing Sophie, who is the victim, but several witnesses have contradicted this over the years. Bailey was informed of the murder at 1:40 p.m. by an Irish Examiner reporter. He denies telling Bailey the woman was French, as he did not know this information at that stage, and several witnesses reported being told by Bailey before noon that he was reporting on a murder of a French woman. Another 3 witnesses say they were offered crime scene photographs at about 11 a.m., which is very strange. In the days following the murder, Bailey was noted to have had multiple scratches on his forearms as well as an injury to his forehead. He attributed these to cutting down a Christmas tree on the morning of the 22nd. Investigators could not reproduce those injuries while cutting down trees. Witnesses who were with him on the evening of the 22nd before the murder did not recall him having any injuries. So this is obviously sending up red flags for the investigators here immediately. This man who lives very close by, who has a tendency for violence, who has a history of domestic violence towards his partner, who resulted in, hospitalization. He was convicted of assault. And as I said the psychiatrist report was saying all this stuff about him as well. So obviously, when these things aren't adding up, it's throwing up red flags. So Bailey gave his partner conflicting accounts of his whereabouts on the night of the murder. And in their initial statements to Cardi, they both said that Bailey had been in bed all night long. But his partner subsequently retracted that account and said Bailey had got out of bed about an hour after they had gone to bed at 10 p.m. and returned at 9 a.m. with a new injury to his forehead. Bailey changed his story to say that he got up at 4 a.m., wrote an article for about 30 minutes, and then returned to bed. So, you know, like that's a very you know, suspicious that they changed the story like that. And it's two stories are wildly different there as well. A 14-year-old boy said that 2 months after the killing, Bailey told him that he smashed her brains in with a rock, though Bailey disputes this. And in 1998, while drinking at home with another couple after a night out, Bailey began talking to another man about the killing and said, I did it, I went too far. Though again, Bailey disputes this. So, you know, was this because of, as the psychiatrist said, he liked to be the center of attention, I suppose. He liked to be, you know, what was it described as there again? They said he had a personality constructed on narcissism, violence, impulsiveness, egocentricity, and intolerance to frustration, and a great need for recognition. See, it maybe those were the reasons why he was perhaps, you know, it was me, I did it, and then, you know, recanting on those claims later on. But very, very odd though, like that. You know, a very odd situation, and no wonder there was red flags being thrown up. Just 1 second there, guys. Yeah, so yeah, so anyway, sorry guys, there I was having a choo moment there. If Dave's still there, it says on the 11th of January 1997, a woman who lived in Skull, County Cork, rang the Gardaí, and I suppose a lot of people out there that wouldn't be from Ireland would probably think Skull is a weird name for a place. It's not Skull, it's Schull. It's just pronounced Skull, but yeah, it's a pretty unusual name. Skull in County Cork. Lady there rang Gardaí from a payphone using an alias to state she saw a man on Kelfada Bridge at 3 a.m. on the night of the murder. A public appeal was made on television for her to come forward and give a statement. She called the station from her house to say she would not come forward. The call was traced and she was subsequently identified. The woman said she was driving with a man who was not her husband and was unwilling to give evidence publicly. I wonder, was she having some sort of an affair there or something? And maybe that's why she didn't want to get caught out. She said she was unwilling to give evidence publicly. In 2015, under oath, she named the man as a since deceased man from Longford, which I presume that was the guy she was in the car with. In 2004, she was threatened with legal action by Bailey to retract her statements. In 2005, she reported being intimidated by Bailey in her shop. In 2015, she gave evidence, on behalf of Bailey in his wrongful arrest civil case. So it's a bit weird. Bailey was, you know, and now she's giving evidence on behalf of Bailey, like, but she contradicted her earlier testimony. A transcript of her testimony was referred to the DPP to examine whether she had committed perjury. So I don't know what happened in that case there, whether she did commit perjury or she didn't there, but yeah, a bit of a tangled web there that was being weaved. So the murder trial, which went down in France, so under French law, extraterritorial jurisdiction applies to murder of a French citizen anywhere in the world. So if a French citizen's murdered anywhere in the world, they will try you. So it doesn't matter. 2007, the Association for the Truth on the Murder of Sophie Toscan de Plantier was founded by her family in order to advance the investigation. In February 2020, a European arrest warrant was issued by a French magistrate, which led to a high court in Ireland granting an extradition order. This was appealed to the Supreme Court by Bailey. In March 2012, the appeal was granted by the Irish Supreme Court. All 5 judges on the Supreme Court upheld the appeal on the ground that the French authorities had no intention to try him at this stage. 4 of the judges also upheld the argument that the European arrest warrant prohibited surrendering Bailey to France because the alleged offence occurred outside French territory, and there was an absence of reciprocity. It's getting too late now for me pronouncing these words. In March 2017, Bailey was arrested in Ireland on foot of a European arrest warrant issued by the French authorities. The warrant sought to extradite Bailey to France to stand trial for a voluntary homicide of Sophie Toscan de Plantier, and the High Court of Ireland endorsed the warrant. Bailey was successful in avoiding extradition, and in 2018, a French court ruled there was sufficient grounds for Bailey to stand trial in his absence. Bailey was convicted of murder and sentenced to 25 years in prison on the 31st of May 2019, and that was in France. In October the 12th, 2020, Judge Paul Burns in Ireland's High Court ruled that Bailey could not be extradited. Later the same month, the Irish state decided not to appeal the court's finding, effectively ending all attempts to extradite Bailey. During a French state visit to Dublin in August 2021, President Macron suggested a new trial for Bailey could be arranged should he wish to travel to France. But come on now, I don't think Ian Bailey's going to want to go to France to stand trial for murder that he himself is denying that he had anything to do with. Why would he want to go over and face a trial for it, you know? I don't think that was going to be entertained. He's not going to voluntarily go over there when he's actually after fighting his extradition. So, yeah. And Dave's still there. Good that you're still there, Dave. And yeah, I know I need to stay away from the big words, especially when it starts getting later at night. So in 2014, when it came to light that phone calls at Garda stations had been secretly recorded, there were claims that some recordings from Bandon Garda station had evidence of irregularities in the Toscan de Plantier investigation. The 297 recorded calls regarding the investigation, which had survived a flood, were investigated by the Fennelly Commission. Now, just a quick side note there. The Fennelly Commission, formerly the Commission of Investigation, certain matters relative to An Garda Síochána and other persons, was a commission of investigation established in April 2014 by the then Government of Ireland to investigate several controversies involving An Garda Síochána. The sole member of the commission was Niall Fennelly, a retired Justice of the Supreme Court. Fennelly identified 3 separate strands within the Commission's terms of reference: the Garda phone recording scandal, the death of Sophie Toscan de Plantier, and Martin Callanan. So basically what these was the unauthorised recordings made since the 80s of conversations to and from some Garda stations. And what was going on there is that there weren't 999 phone calls. So basically what had been found to be going on is that in some cases, in certain places where there was corruption going on, there was Gardaí basically recording phone calls of, we'll say, like suspects that were in custody were having with their solicitors and stuff like that. They were recording that, what was going on, listening into what was being said between them and their solicitors. And there was a lot. There was a lot of stuff like that going on. That phone recording scandal unfolded while Fine Gael and the Labour Party were in office. Though the time period involved successive other governments, through the years, but it came out when they were in. Among those implicated in the scandal were the Taoiseach Enda Kenny, Justice Minister Alan Shetter, Secretary General of the Department of Justice Brian Purcell, Secretary General of the Department of Taoiseach Martin Fraser, Attorney General Mary Whelan, Garda Commissioner Martin Callahan, who has since resigned, as well as Independent News and Media, Ireland's largest, most powerful media organisation. It says the term "goobu," grotesque, unbelievable, bizarre, and unprecedented, first used in 1982 to describe the arrest of Malcolm MacArthur in the home of the Attorney General Patrick Connolly, was invoked to describe the Garda controversy. That's basic. That was another scandal that went on there, where this convicted murderer, double murderer, was found in the home of the Attorney General in the summer of 1982. So that's a story for another day. Yeah, so anyway, just a quick side note on this phone call recording scandal. While debating the question of penalty points on state television with independent deputy Mick Wallace in May 2013, Justice Minister Alan Shatter divulged hitherto publicly unknown personal information to viewers about Wallace in an attempt to undermine his opponent. Shatter later admitted receiving this information from Garda Commissioner Martin Callanan, but claimed he was not in the business of collecting secret files on politicians. Callanan subsequently referred to whistleblowers such as Maurice McCabe and John Wilson as disgusting at a Public Accounts Committee in 2014, and that's involved in the Garda whistleblower scandal, which I may do a video on sometime. That's a very big thing. It involved basically guards coming forward, and mainly one guard in particular, Garda Maurice McCabe, who a campaign was waged against him for coming forward as a whistleblower. He was vindicated in the end and sued the state for quite a substantial amount of money. But of course, the man's life is practically ruined with what he had to go through over the years to clear his name. But yeah, that's one for another day. But anyway, in 2014, revelations of surveillance came on Tuesday, the 25th of March, the same day that Martin Callanan resigned as Garda Commissioner over his remarks, calling whistleblowers disgusting. On that day, it was revealed that the former commissioner had written to the Department of Justice and Equality about the recordings over 2 weeks before the revelations. He wrote that he established a working group to deal with the recordings and that they would report to him once they had consulted the Attorney General. He wrote that he had spoken to the Attorney General and that he expected to talk to the Data Protection Commissioner. He wrote that the Attorney General had advised that recordings be collected and that an inventory be made identifying them by station, date and condition. He also wrote that he had ordered all recording of non-999 calls to Garda stations cease, and this happened on the 23rd of November 2013. But anyway, it says it was soon clear in revelation that the phone calls were recorded en masse and would have a major impact on court cases. It has indeed been the case. The first trial to be effective was that of two men suspected of IRA membership on 26th of March. The Irish Council for Civil Liberties said for weeks the Irish Council for Civil Liberties has been calling for the creation of a proper statutory inquiry with fact-finding powers necessary to restore public trust in the accountability of a Garda Síochána. Instead, the government has chosen to refer each successive crisis to a different non-judicial mechanism, none of which has been granted the power comprehensively to establish the truth. Today's revelations regarding recording of calls to and from Garda stations may have had ramifications for the administration of justice, and this is the day when the rot must stop. In response to Callanan's resignation as Deputy Commissioner, Noreen O'Sullivan was selected as Provisional Garda Commissioner. The government also set up a statutory commission of investigation, which I said was the Fennelly Commission. According to Cabinet Minister Simon Coveney, at the time 2,400 physical tape recordings existed from before 2008, as well as an unknown number of digital recordings made after that date. Coveney was unable to identify the listeners. Telephone calls at 26 divisional headquarters of An Garda Síochána were tapped. Garda stations at the following locations were confirmed to have had calls into and out of them tapped for at least 3 decades, and those were Bray, Letterkenny and Waterford. A very big scandal there. kind of is like that. There was another scandal in 2014 where the Garda Síochána Ombudsman Commission was found to be bugged, and there was talk at the time whether that was government bugging or something like that going on, but or if it was the actual guards listening in on what the Ombudsman Commission investigates like corruption and complaints against Gardaí. So if you have the guards tapping the bit, like kind of bugging the building where this is going on, where any investigations are going on into that, it's not good. Just catch up on the quick comments. Just quickly catch up on the comments here before we go on. Just get a quick drink also. I just had to mute the mic there. I didn't want to be slurping there. So just catching up in the comments there, Dave saying, so a French court convicted him without a defence. That doesn't sound sus at all. See, yeah, that's the thing. I don't think the French authorities were ever happy with the outcome of what investigations went on over here. Obviously French law says that, it gives them the right to try him over there, I suppose, in his absence. But very weird, isn't it, that like Bailey's not a French citizen. Sophie was a French citizen. The murder happened in Ireland, yet they're trying him over in France for the murder that happened here. It's mad, like, but I don't know. Ian Bailey's always denied he had any involvement with that. And then, there's a lot of red flags, as we said, thrown up there. And then Kiwi Dave saying the irony of the French, when they bombed and sunk the Greenpeace boat in Auckland Harbour, they wanted to have their citizens back to serve time in France when they were convicted by our courts. Yeah, I know it's odd, isn't it, the way it works? Like, so it seems like in France, no matter no matter where you go, it doesn't. It's kind of like it doesn't matter where something happens to a French citizen. I suppose it's and then like you're saying there, they wanted them back to convict to have them serve time over there or whatever. And then they said when we did release them to send them home to serve time, they never went to jail. See, that's the thing as well. That it's probably a lot of talk there, and it's like, yeah, we'd want them home here, but then when they come home, they're given a slap on the wrist and let out. So it's making kind of a whole mockery of the process that went on in New Zealand if they're not, kind of getting punished there. Hello to Werther Furk, who's joined us there. He said, I've been looking for quite a while here listening. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing well, yeah, now at the moment. I had been sick again. I don't know what it was, just some sort of another dose. But I've been saying at the start of the stream, this stream was supposed to actually be done maybe on Saturday or Sunday there, but I hadn't been feeling well. And then I was hoping to do it Monday night, but then I just said, no, I'll just leave it another couple of days till I feel right, because I had this headache. Now, I don't think it was COVID or anything like that, but there's just an awful lot of doses going around at the moment, just colds and flus and stuff like that. And I had a bit of a cough and cold just before Christmas, and I suspect maybe I didn't get quite over it, but feeling much better now anyway. Especially the last couple of days, got a lot more done today than I have been getting done, especially with as I was saying there a little while ago about getting that video nearly finished. So that should be out in the next day or two anyway. So and then we should hopefully start getting back to normal, because I was starting to get back into the swing of things again. I'd done some work on some videos, and then all of a sudden I started feeling sick again. It was kind of last Thursday night as well. It was really bad. I had a fairly high temperature. And I just thought, oh, here we go. Like, and there had been other people complaining that they were having high temperatures as well. But a lot of them were kind of related to some of the bugs that are going around. I was hoping I wasn't going to get something that was going to leave me sick for a week or two. But no, it was only a couple of days. It was kind of from Thursday, and I'd say yesterday was probably the first day I felt probably, more back to normal. But Kiwi Dave saying their headache after a hard night's drinking. Oh, funny! I wish it was. I had a fever. And I swear to God, like I didn't think I was burning up. It's just when other people were like, "Oh, you're actually so warm," like, it's yeah. And then I checked my temperature, and it was like 39.5 degrees. That's Celsius. Um, and I was like, "Oh no!" So like I had to take some stuff for that then and all. And I just thought I was sweating at first because I had been cold earlier on the day, so I had the radiator blasting it in the room, like. But yeah, yeah, by hard nights drinking 2 beers. Yeah, that's usually what it is. I think, what was it? Like, I had like 2 cans of that Rockshore the other night, or that night when we were doing that live stream, and I was starting to wander in my thoughts, and I was talking a bit odd. But yeah, yeah. But wasn't the most professional of streams there. Um and I wouldn't mind I wouldn't mind there. Dave said hits. I suggest he only hits the non-alcoholic beers. I actually had a non-alcoholic beer that I hadn't tried this particular beer before, whatever, and there's a non-alcoholic one, and it was sitting in the supermarket. I think it was €2 for a bottle of it. It was on an offer or whatever, so I decided to just try it. Like, and it's actually pretty okay. Like, yeah, you do notice the difference, all right, with the taste. Like, there's not that. I found it was a lot. It wasn't as it was a lot lighter of a taste. You'd know the difference anyway, just from taste anyway. But um, yeah, it's nice, I suppose, if you are like going to if you have to go somewhere, you drive or something. You just want something, especially on a summer day, something kind of refreshing beer or something. If you were at a barbecue, at least you could have something that kind of you get the same sort of taste, but you're obviously safe to drive then. And Dave saying, "I'm a good boy here. I can't drink and drive for my job." Oh no, that wouldn't be good to be all sorts of mishaps there. Plenty of people would not be happy. Um, but anyway, I was saying what I had been saying there about the that commission that I was saying anyway. I kind of went off on a tangent about the secret phone call recordings there, but the commission concluded that while there was evidence Gardaí were prepared to contemplate altering or suppressing evidence that Bailey had not committed the murder, there was no evidence Gardaí had actually done so. It did find that Gardaí improperly disclosed confidential information about the investigation to journalists and other civilians. In June 2022, it was reported that the Garda Serious Crime Review Team would conduct a full review of the murder case. And then obviously over the years, there's been many true crime like documentaries and like films and stuff like that about that particular murder, because it was such a high profile crime. There was 2018 true crime podcast titled West Cork, which was produced by Audible and hosted by documentarian Jennifer Ford and investigative journalist Sam Bungie. And there was an hour-long TV documentary, The Duplantier Case, which was produced by RTE, which aired in 2017. There was also a television series. Sorry, I thought this was the Netflix one. It was actually a Sky crime documentary called Murder at the Cottage, produced by Jim Sheridan, which aired starting in June 2021, which was a 5-part series. And a documentary series, Sophie, a Murder in West Cork, was made available for streaming on Netflix on the 30th of June 2021. So I don't know if that's still there on Netflix, but that'll be quite an interesting one for anyone that's interested in the case and that has Netflix. If not, there's definitely a couple of different documentaries and videos and stuff you'd find on YouTube as well. A book called Murder at Roaring Water by Nick Foster was published in May 2021. And a podcast, Unsolved Murders, True Crime Stories, produced by Parcast Network, episodes 137 and 138, titled Film Fatale. And a podcast, Men's Ray, a true crime podcast, episode 3, titled The Murder of Sophie Tuscan de Plantier, and a trial by press. Just if anyone's interested there. Another thing as well is that Bailey has had some other run-ins with the law over the years. There's been a couple of things to do with. I think he was caught in possession of cannabis at one stage as well. But I think he likes to make out that maybe the Gardaí target them. Now, that thing you heard about, there was allegations of maybe the Gardaí were suppressing evidence or whatever, that he wasn't a suspect. That whole thing may have been, maybe there was so much attention on the case that perhaps could have been a bit of desperation to get a suspect, any suspect. And he was a prime suspect at the time. So they were maybe trying to square off the case there and whatever. But hello to Anthony White joined us there just after seeing your comment there. He said, I'm stumbling distance from my favorite pub. That's not too bad. I drink and Verta Frux saying I drink and drive my keyboard on occasion, and that can be nearly as dangerous as actually taking to the streets. Sometimes drinking a Cuba Libre right now, not on the clock, baby. Oh, that's good. And enjoy. And I'd say cheers if I had something a bit stronger other than this Lucas said here, and a bottle of water as well. Dave said a customer gave me some non-alcoholic beers for Christmas. I would rather drink Wolves Piss. It was terrible. Well, I suppose maybe it depends on the beer. I don't know. I thought the other beer wasn't too bad. Now I know there definitely was a different taste of it. But yeah, but I suppose I have tasted a couple of alcoholic beers. That might be in that wolf category there. Yeah, and that's a good question for Dave there. What does it taste like? We need to know. Neither, but it has to be better than this crap. Probably is. And I'm Dizzy there still joining us too as well. Yeah, so in terms of that the Plantier case there, yeah, just with Ian Bailey there, he's always assumed his innocence, and there's most likely, unless new evidence comes to light, implicate them anymore or anything in it, there's not going to be any trial over here with Ian Bailey or anything like that, and there's absolutely no chance now at this stage of being sent back to France. I don't think Ian Bailey will really chance his arm going anywhere else where there might be a chance of him getting sent there by another jurisdiction, if they have an arrangement with the French government or anything. But I can see him probably staying here, and every now and again you do see it cropping up in the news again from time to time. You'll see, a mention of it, or if they kind of around the anniversary of it or whatever. It kind of when those documentaries came out a year or two ago, you could start noticing there was a bit of an uptick in stories about it again. But let's say that Bailey is 100% innocent. Well, according to what the authorities here say, there's no evidence. The authorities in France say they've convicted him. I'd love to have seen the more ins and outs of those cases there, because the thing about Ian Bailey is that I'd love to know what the French were basing the evidence on. Was that the evidence that had been gathered here by the guards, or have they some other thing that they're going on over there, the way it's Bailey, or whatever. But I wonder how it feels for him, if let's say he didn't do it and he 100% knows in his own head he didn't do it, but your whole life's been, well, most of your life, last since 1996, your life's kind of been revolved around this whole thing. And if he didn't actually do it, it's crazy, you know what I mean? But terrible for the family as well, to not get any closure on what actually happened. Obviously in this case, her body was found, not like some of the other cases in the disappearances we were looking at, where those people never had any closure, and maybe some of them are and I don't blame them for still wanting to hold out hope that someone's going to come back through the door or something, like, even after all those years. But with the parents here, like, they may have got closure, for they know where their daughter's body was and what happened to her and stuff like that, but it's just, no one has actually been brought to justice for it. And perhaps it could have been someone else from the local area. There is other theories about people that she may have known or been involved with or something like that, or it could have been just some opportunistic thing with somebody. It could have been somebody that wasn't even from the area. But we'll probably never know unless someone comes forward. But I'm pretty sure there probably is somebody out there that kind of knows a bit more. And like, I'm just looking at a few, because there's a few kind of snippets from headlines over the years there, and but like there was a kind of, you have those headlines back in the day saying Sophie Hunt Gardaí are closing in on the killer, or Gardaí, given the name of Frenchman Sophie was with before she was killed. But I don't think any of those leads actually ended up coming to anything in the end. But yeah, very troubling for our parents having to go through all of that, and then probably were here for all the stuff that went on here, and then the whole trial in France and all. It must be very tiring for them, and to still kind of have no closure still at the end of it, like. But it's just hard, I suppose, and that's probably one of the more famous cases in the last number of years. Probably one of the more famous murder cases of the 90s here in Ireland, anyway. And then, of course, like, as I said, like, it was Bailey's past and all his location and some of the stuff he said, and then changing stories and all. So there was a lot of red flags there, but there just wasn't enough to make that stick here that he could be convicted. But the French government obviously thought there was enough there for them to convict him. But yeah, and I just had a couple of pictures there. I just get the one of Bailey just down off there. Yeah, there's a couple more. It's actually quite, considering what happened there, it's actually quite pretty cottage. Our house that she lived in there. Now, as we can see in the picture that's up on the screen there now, that is the picture from the actual crime scene there. But I'm going to pop up a picture there now, which is kind of, there's a little memorial there on the spot. Where in that part in the lane there where Sophie's body was found. And that's obviously there as a remembrance. So I just was gonna flick up a couple of these pictures from there. I think I have another one as well of the. I think I have another one there of on the actual day of the crime. There's another one there. Just another view there of the house. Same laneway, obviously, as the last, or as that picture that's on screen there now. But yeah, so that's just a picture of the laneway there. Just it says the picture's titled Gardaí arrive at the scene or whatever. But yeah, so oh, I mustn't have put up that. other picture. Yeah, see what happens is sometimes I forget. I actually put the picture up, but I actually forget to share it with the screen share there. I'll actually go back to that last picture that I had up there. The one with the memorial cross there. And I'll just get that one up. Yeah, I must remember to make sure. Yeah, that's just the spot there in the lane where the body was found, and they have that memorial there on the spot. But yeah, and then that's the reason why I decided to, I suppose, talk about this case and then the vanishing triangle. Was mainly because there were such big cases, and there's a lot of attention behind them, and it always kind of interested me. And then obviously at the start we talked about Martin Marlowe Highland, and that killing there with the and terrible with the young apprentice being shot there in the hallway. But we have some other little bits to cover as well before the end here. What we'll do is we'll quickly go over the shooting of prison officer Brian Stack before we get into the final part of the stream, which will be the killing of David Byrne. If we end up getting into that, this one here is pretty short. It's just something I wanted to bring up. Now wait till I just get the. Yeah, so I just wanted to bring this is kind of just this one will just be very brief. Just bear with me a second. So this is what we're moving. This is what one will move into there now. But if anybody as well wants me to cover any particular crime in Ireland that you may have heard of in a future live stream or anything, definitely let me know, and we'll kind of have a little look into that and kind of discuss that or whatever. But this one here is the shooting of prison officer Brian Stack, which happened in Portlaoise prison in Portlaoise it didn't happen on the 29th of September 1984. He died on the 29th of September 1984, but the actual incident happened, I think it was something like 18 months previous to that, but he was just in hospital and ended up dying from his injuries a good few months later. So yeah, I just going to do a little bit of tidying up here because I have some things open. That we don't actually need here at the moment. Just bear with me for 1 second. Just make it a lot easier to kind of navigate around here. Okay, I think we're yeah, we're a little bit better now. So Brian Stack was the chief prison officer at Portlaoise Prison, and he was shot in the neck in 1983 by members of the Provisional IRA and died 18 months later in hospital. He was the only officer in the Irish prison service to be killed in connection with the Troubles in Northern Ireland. Political controversy arose in 2016 around allegations that Gerry Adams, the leader of Sinn Féin, knew the identity of the killers. So, Portlaoise Prison is probably our highest security prison here, and houses most of the people convicted under the Offences Against the State Act, including Republican paramilitaries convicted in relation to the Troubles in Northern Ireland. It's fairly old prison. There's a prison that's right next to it, practically on the same site, which is the Midlands prison. That's more of a kind of a medium security prison. That's not to be confused with Portlaoise prison, which is the high security prison. And there's actually guarded by members of the army outside certain parts of it, and some parts inside are patrolled by members of the defense forces. Just because of the nature of the people that are housed there, would be the highest criminals, and as well as I said, people convicted by the Special Criminal Court, which is a three-judge non-jury court here that convicts people of like terrorist-related offences and stuff. As chief prison officer, Stack was responsible for reviewing security at the prison to prevent escape attempts. Stack's family later believed his efficacy in this role was somewhat what motivated his killers. In a 2013 statement, the IRA said that in Portlaoise, a brutal prison regime saw prisoners and their families suffer greatly. This is the context in which IRA volunteers shot your father. So that was a pretty ominous message coming from the IRA there. On the 25th of March 1983, Stack watched an amateur Irish Boxing Association tournament in the National Stadium in Dublin. He was returning to his parked car on the South Circular Road when he was shot in the neck from behind. The shooter escaped on a motorcycle driven by an accomplice. Stack was taken to hospital in a coma. He awoke with paraplegia and brain damage and remained in hospital until his death on the 29th of September 1984. Brian Stack's son, Austin, later a senior officer at Wheatfield Prison, has been critical of the initial criminal investigation carried out by the Gardaí. A 2007 08 cold case review led to a restart by the National Bureau of Criminal Investigation in 2015. The Irish Independent reported that the National Bureau of Criminal Investigation had interviewed a suspect now living in Spain and sent a file to the DPP. The IRA initially denied involvement in the shooting. After Gerry Adams' 2013 meeting with Austin Stack, the IRA released a statement that its Army Council had conducted an internal investigation, determined that some of its members had carried out the shooting, and disciplined the perpetrators for acting without authorization from their IRA superiors. So they claimed responsibility for it anyway, and I said, obviously, the internal discipline there, most likely those guys were shot in the legs as a reprisal for that or something. It says Austin Stack has campaigned for information about his father's killers. In 2013, he and his brother Oliver had several meetings with Gerry Adams. Austin Stack and Adams have given conflicting accounts of the number and locations of the meetings and who else was present at them. Adams claims the Stacks named two Sinn Féin members of the Oireachtas, which is the Parliament, whom they said the Garda suspected of involvement. Adams further claimed the two denied involvement when he questioned them. Stack claims he only asked for names and did not give any names to Adams. In the run-up to the 2016 Irish general election, Stack was critical of Adams' 2013 actions. In 2016, Adams made a personal explanation in the 30-second Dáil, giving his version of the 2013 events. Afterwards, Alan Farrell of Fine Gael used parliamentary privilege to suggest Martin Ferris and Desi Ellis were two of the Sinn Féin members alluded to. Both denied this and alleged that Farrell was abusing privilege. Ellis noted that he was in prison at the time of the 1983 shooting. In March 2018, Senator Marie Devine was suspended from Sinn Féin for 3 months for retweeting a parody Twitter account's tweet describing Brian Stack as a sadist. On the 3rd of May 2013, Alan Shatter, the then Minister for Justice, attended a commemoration at the Midlands Prison Centre in Portlaoise, where he unveiled a bust of Stack renamed Bilad House, location of the Irish Prison Service College, as Brian Stack House, renamed the Gold Merit Medal, the Irish Prison Service's highest honour, as the Stack Medal, and presented the first Stack Medal to Brian Stack's widow. So basically, this is very kind of a short one, but just one that I just wanted to cover in the video. just probably the first time I'd say that a prison officer has been shot like that here in Ireland. But you know, there's a lot of different stories go around about, you know, like what as we were saying with the IRS saying there was a bad regime in there and stuff like that, and obviously that they would have felt he was responsible for that in there, and obviously for filing a lot of escape attempts. And you have to remember, this was back in the 80s. There was a lot of trouble going on up in the north at the time, and you know, there was a lot of reprisal attacks and stuff going on. So, you know, the IRA weren't people to be crossed back then. And there's they've said there Further Frog said tech problems on a live stream. Who could predict that? That never happens on any live streams. Definitely not on any of my live streams anyway. That's a fact. But and apparently he's not been drinking. See, that's the thing. Like, how could we be having technical difficulties here when not a drop of alcohol is being consumed? On a side note, New Zealand will have a much loved Prime Minister up for grabs if anyone wants her. Oh, she's loves to have her photo take. She's obviously one of those that loves a good photo op. Can't pass. I think most politicians love a good photo op if they could be seen at something, opening something. It's always opening something or unveiling something. You know, they're never to be seen when there's something going wrong. But yeah, self-discipline. There was a lot of these kneecappings that used to go on where they used to shoot guys through the kneecaps, so then they wouldn't be able to walk again. Shatter your kneecap, and pretty gruesome way of punishment. But that used to happen to a lot of people. It used to happen to people that want to run out of the area that were maybe drug dealers and stuff, or obviously people that had crossed them, or people that maybe had turned informants or something like that. But a lot of these people found it hard to escape. Even when they moved to somewhere else, maybe they'd be caught up with, you know, or maybe years down the road to be caught up with. Dave said she smiles like a horse. Was will she be up for grabs soon? Is there an election or something coming, or is she kind of mired in a bit of controversy or something? But yeah, the prison down in Portlaoise, I don't know. There's probably even if you go onto Google Maps, you can see the prison down there, but it's actually if you go onto Street View, it's actually blurred out. Some of it is. Yeah, so I'll see if we can actually we'll have a quick look up at Portlaoise prison there. And I'll see if I can share it up on the screen there. For Brooke said, feed her some oats. And Dave says she's resigning before the election as she knows she will lose the election. It's kind of like the save face, you know, step down before I'm tossed out. Now I'll make sure I actually share this up on the screen. Yeah. So now. So as you can see here, this is a view outside Portlaoise prison. Some of it now, I don't know, maybe it's changed since the last time. Oh no. Maybe it's changed since the last time I was looking at this. Perhaps we'll be able to move around and it'll show us a bit more. This is more the new part of the prison. As you can see here, there's some Defence Forces jeeps there belonging to the army who, as I said, they would do some, they would guard that prison as it's a high security prison. Now, it's been a while since I've been here. No, I haven't been in Portlaoise prison, thankfully. But I mean, it's been a while since I've been here on Google Maps, should I say. As you can see here as well, there's some barriers outside of it. It kind of does more things you'd have for stopping tanks or something like that. But that's to stop, I suppose, ram raids to try free anyone, because as I said, there are IRA prisoners in there, and to be afraid their buddies might want to come and break them out. But a lot of security cameras and stuff on the outside of this place. Well, actually, we'll just take a trip up to this gate first, actually, before we go. So we're going on a little tour around a Midlands prison here. Yeah, some of this was actually blurred out the last time I was here. Maybe they're just kind of a bit more cool about it. Yeah, Portlaoise prison there. Don't know if we'll see any army dudes or anything anywhere. They'll probably be blurred out or something, but yeah, as I said there, the Defence Forces guard this prison. There is an old part of the prison. Another part. I think this is for the Midlands prison. Yeah, this is for the Midlands. So as I said here, this is the lower end of this. So this wouldn't be the high security part. So this would be just like a normal prison there. It's the one up here is our main one, and I suppose you can see with the higher walls around it as well. We will have a look from the air now in a second. Let's move up a little bit further, but as you see, those ramming barriers are there and all the whole way down along the fence. You have your Defence Forces there and all. Yeah, I think the old part of it's down here. It's a pretty cool. It's a pretty cool little building here. Now this is the old part of the building. I like the front of this. I like the way they kept this there. That would have been the old prison from back in the day. Yeah, so that's Portlaoise prison there. Anyway, I'm just going to zoom out there. I'm just going to zoom out there. We got our satellite view up. So you can see it's quite a substantial size prison here. There you have your Midlands prison, which, as I said, is the lower kind of security side of it, and then you have your Portlaoise prison, which is your higher security side, and that's guarded by the Defence Forces. That's where we were just there on the Google Maps a few moments ago. Might see some more. Irish Prison Service has their training facility there as well for their prison guards. Yeah, so quite a substantial size prison there down in Portlaoise. And there there's plenty of the most dangerous criminals in the country would be in there. And that's that just there where I'm zoomed in. That's that old place that we were just looking at further down the road a second ago. But yeah, quite a substantial prison there. And that's kind of our main high security prison here. So I just said I'd show that there. While we were on the subject. So now I suppose we can mosey on into the last little thing that I had to cover here, and that would be, I'd like get her up on the screen now. See, I always make these banners to put up at the bottom to keep in track of what we're discussing, and I always forget to use them. So I'll use it this time. So now we're going to move on to the killing of David Byrne. This is one that some of you guys may have heard about before, and I just want to say at this juncture now, we're just about 3.5 hours into the live stream, and big shout out to everyone that's still with us and anyone that's been with us from the start. And also shout out to anyone that's watching this back on the replay. If you've came this far, then I do really appreciate it, because I know a lot of people don't really watch back full live streams. I know you might flick through it or even have it on in the background. But yeah, I do appreciate that, as it does help with the watch time and stuff for YouTube. And if YouTube thinks the video is good by people watching more of it, they'll show it to more people. So it should come up in more people's feeds. But yeah, so we're going to move on to this one. This one was very big in the media here when it happened. Some of you may have already heard about it. This happened at the Regency Hotel in Whitehall, Dublin, on the 5th of February 2016. Quite a brazen attack. And yeah, this one was quite shocking in terms of nothing like this had happened before here in the country. And this really is what kicked off the Hutch-Kinahan feud. But this, I wouldn't say this is exactly this. This wasn't the spark that kicked it off. It kind of was brewing. Something else kicked it off. We'll discuss that. Something else kicked it off. One killing did, and then it led to this, and then a tit for tat kind of blew up after this. So yeah, so we're going to get into this now in just a second, when I just make sure these photos are all good here to put up. Okay, doke. So what we'll do is we'll first off take a look at right. So who was David Byrne, right? So David Byrne was an Irish criminal associated with the Kinahan organised crime group, which is run by Christy Kinahan. We get more into these two groups in a minute there. His parents were James and Sadie Byrne, and he was from Ranelagh Square in Crumlin. He was a first cousin of Freddie Thompson, who was another known criminal, and his brother Liam was also involved in crime. Both Byrne and his associate Graham the Wig Whelan were questioned over the murder of Gary Bryan in 2006, but no charges were brought. He is the father of one daughter and two sons. So that's just a background of David Byrne there. He said he'd been investigated by loads of different Garda specialist units since he was a teenager. In June 2002, he was the target of a gun attack in the South Inner City, but escaped without injury. He was present at the fatal stabbing of Declan Gavin in August 2001 in Crumlin, Dublin. He said he was called as a witness in the trial of Brian Radigan for the killing of that man, but said he had seen nothing. Brian Radigan only recently was released from prison. Just wait till just because I don't want to give the wrong information there. Yeah, so he was released last year from Portlaoise prison, and they're saying that this King Rat, as they call him, they reckon that he's going to start throwing himself around again after getting out of prison. It says there on the paper, it's his second coming. He's re-emerged as a significant crime figure following his release from prison, and a lot of reports are saying that he was still running his kind of empire, or whatever you want to call it, from inside prison. He's released last year from prison, but there's an article just in the Sunday World there at the weekend about him, saying Freed Tug has been now monitored by Gardaí as a rising player in an unsteady underworld scene. Now, with all this Kinahan stuff going on, they reckon there's maybe a vacuum soon, and that maybe he might be, because he's back out trying to make a name for himself again. What I'll do is I'll just for the sake of throwing it up there, just while we're talking about this fella here. Now, as I was saying, he got released from prison. So they're said he's re-emerged as a significant crime figure following his release from Portlaoise prison, which is the prison we were looking at there a few minutes ago. The 42-year-old who led one side in the Crumlin Drimna feud while still only a teenager has come of age behind bars where he served 17 years and ruled a top security prison and is suspected of running a lucrative drug racket through his incarceration. Now, I don't think he was running the prison, to be quite honest. I don't think he'd be let run the prison down there, but said there's far worse than him down there. I think maybe so. I don't think he'd be running the place down there. To look at the chap now, to be quite honest with you, there like it doesn't look like somebody that would be running Portlaoise prison, but I don't know. But apparently he's back out now, and obviously as they're saying they reckon he was running his drug racket behind bars. It says tattooed with the image of his murdered younger brother Joey and with deep connections to significant gangs across Ireland, he's now being monitored as a rising player in an unsteady underworld. But what will Radigan do next? Will he avenge his beloved brother or turn his back on violence for a quieter life? So it was obviously a podcast there. Nicola Tallant, she's a crime reporter for the Sunday World. She does loads of different podcasts on crime, and I'm going to actually listen to that one to see what they're saying about that guy. I haven't got around to it yet, but yeah, so he's back on the streets now. But I'm only the reason why I'm branching off there slightly again is to just to explain the situation. So anyway, right. So this David Byrne had been present when that guy Brian Radigan killed that guy who was he got 17 years for killing Declan Gavin. David Byrne had been arrested many times and was a suspect in the murder of Gary Bryan in Walkinstown in 2006. Now, as I said before, him and Graham the Week Whelan were questioned about that, but no charges were brought. In January 2016, Gardaí had a special policing plan put in place following for the following month when two boxing events would be attended by members of a criminal gang associated with Christy Kinahan. The Kinahan gang have had a long association with boxing in Dublin and in Marbella in Spain. Now, here's where we have to kind of branch off a little bit in terms of the background of this thing here. So basically, there's a guy now. I'll see if I have the photo. Wait till I just get the photo up, guys. It'd be better to do it that way. Right. It'd be just better to get this photograph up and to explain it this way. Okay. So on screen now, you see there that gentleman there is called Gary Hutch. He's the monk's nephew. The monk would be it was Jerry Hutch, who is the leader of the Hutch, we'll say organized crime group, and then you have on the other side the Kinahan organized crime group or whatever. Now, so I'm just going through the notes that I had because right. So, for example, right. So the monk was Jerry Hutch. The reason why he got the name the monk was basically what I'll do is should have been slightly more organized here when I was doing this, but however, I'll show you. So might as well set it up this way. So, right, this gentleman on the screen here is Jerry the Monk Hutch. He got the name the Monk because it was said in his younger days that he didn't smoke nor drink. So, so he said he was a bit of a monk, you know. He's suspected of a 1987 cash in transit robbery, which at the time was the largest cash in transit van robbery in the history of the state, which was 1.7 million pounds at the time, and that was in Marino, in Dublin. Van was ambushed and the money was taken. That money, I'm pretty sure it was that money subsequently ended up in some sort of a bank account up in Belfast, and he actually went to try get that money back. But they agreed, the courts up there agreed that it was proceeds of this robbery, so he didn't end up getting that back. I think he was going to take it further now, but I don't think he did in the end. He was also suspected of his gang being involved in the 1995 Brinks depot heist, which netted them £3 million from that heist. That was a fairly big heist and one of the biggest in the country, definitely at the time. Anyway, yeah. So like, so there was those two, but when he was younger, he was running with a street gang. They were called the Bugsy Malones, and they used to kind of just rob shops and stuff like that, and kind of low level thefts. But they kind of progressed on into this sort of thing, and to these armed robberies. Um, Even though they, denied that they had anything to do with that. The monk's last conviction was for malicious damage in 1983, and he done 2 years in jail. And he was determined then that he wasn't going to be caught anymore, and that he had his eyes in the big leagues. And then, as I said, he went on for the cash in transit robbery in 1987, which he denies, never been convicted of that. And the 1995 Brinks heist, which they were never convicted of that. But I think people were caught with some of the money from those, so that's what ended up happening there. I see you have a good few comments there. I've neglected the comments there for a few moments. So I've missed quite a lot of comments there while I was there. Just pardon me while I just go down through. Dizzy saying I find this in the States being quite well. That's what I was kind of thinking, that people from the States or somewhere else might find it interesting to just hear about some of the stories or whatever, or the kind of the other little things to do with different Irish crimes or whatever. Dave said there, what in particular are Winnie picking on the bus or the dodgy chat? Honestly, all of it. It's all good here. We'll take whatever, you know. Maybe so. Vertifork saying I'm back. Who's the dude that just sucked the lemon? That's the monk, or Jerry Hutch. He be the leader of the Hutch crime group, or organized crime group, or whatever you want to say there. Oh no, sorry, I'm actually so far back in the comments. We were talking about that King Rat lad that was up there a few minutes ago. Sorry about that there, lads. And then Bertafux, after that much loot, he couldn't afford the rest of the tuxedo. The jacket's well and truly off there. But so that's that guy, right? So he was running his little crime group over there, which is the Hutch crime group, or we'll call it there for now. So yeah, he was out there running his group, and then we have, and hopefully, okay, I'll just have to. Thought I actually had that other picture there, but yeah. So the other guy, just 1 second, guys. Sorry. Yeah, so the other guy is Christy Kinahan. And we'll just have a quick look here. He would be the leader of the Kinahan cartel. Let me just get a picture there. We get the picture that the FBI are using at the moment, actually. Because the FBI are seeking these gentlemen. So now I'll just get that up on the screen. So there we have Christy or Christopher Vincent Kinahan. The FBI are offering a $5 million reward for any information that results in these people being apprehended. But this is Christy Kinahan. Now, he's the leader of the Kinahan organized crime group, and his nickname would be the Dapper Don, because he used to go around kind of dressed in, more expensive suits and, love for the finer things and all. He kind of had more of a reserved sort of a demeanor about him. He was more sophisticated or whatever. The guards would describe him as highly intelligent, sharp dresser. They called the monk cunning and smart. In terms of the way they were operating. Christy Kinahan is 6 years older than Hutch. It says in the 1980s he was imprisoned and arrested for drug offences. Used the time in prison to study for a degree, and he learned to speak Spanish when he was in there, which obviously proved which proved absolutely beneficial for him afterwards, since a lot of their connections were down in Spain. In terms of with their criminal operations and stuff like that. So it was obviously good for them to do that. In the 1980s, since in the 1980s he was jailed for possession of heroin. In the 1990s he was jailed in possession of €16,000 in travelers' checks stolen in a robbery. He fled to Holland, and while he was over there he was making some contacts, which obviously proved good later on for him. So that's the two of those guys anyway. So they're running their different crime groups in Dublin, and to be quite honest, for many years the two groups were getting on really well. Now, like, they both operated in different areas and they did their own thing or whatever, but there was never really fallings out as such, and they both kind of both groups knew of each other and stuff like that or whatever. As I suppose most criminal groups in Dublin up there would know about other groups operating and stuff. But so those are the two main guys. You might as well call them the godfathers of these crime groups or whatever. And I'm just trying to see which way we can kind of go with this from here. Yeah, right. So just a further bit about Christy Kinahan there. Yeah, I was having a choo-choo moment there, Dave. And Virgin folks saying you just want him to say 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. Well, I've said it now. 1/3. Oh, that was a good tactic though to get me to say it. But anyway, in 2001, Kinahan was released and left for Spain. He went on to build up an empire, generating over €1 billion in profit over 15 years. The reason why he moved away from Ireland is that the Criminal Assets Bureau were really starting to take hold here in terms of clamping down on these criminals. The main catalyst, I suppose, for the Criminal Assets Bureau coming into effect. And we were talking about the Criminal Assets Bureau earlier on in the stream. Was in 1996, there were two killings that really kind of shocked the nation, I suppose you could say. They had an awful lot of press coverage, and they were fairly big at the time. And because they were something that had never really happened here at the time, to set a kind of a precedent. So something had to be done. So the first off was the shooting of Garda Jerry McCabe, and what happened there is that um, with all the trouble going on up in Northern Ireland and stuff, and the IRA that used to go out and rob banks and cash vans and stuff like that in order to fund their operations, the Army and the Gardaí used to escort the cash and transit vans around on whatever days they were doing drop-offs. Now, this particular day, the Brinks van, or I think it was a Brinks van anyway, met up with their escort, and along the way, the escort was ambushed by members of the Southern Brigade of the IRA who wanted to steal the cash, for operations. And what ended up happening is that in the course of this whole melee that went on with the van being raided, one of the detectives, which is Garda Jerry McCabe, was shot dead. And when I just want to go into that article there, just 1 second. Yeah, just for a bit more detail. Two detectives were escorting an on-post van carrying around €81,000 at 6:50 a.m. on the morning of the 7th of June 1996 in Adair, County Limerick, when Detective Garda Ben O'Sullivan noticed a Pajero Jeep heading towards them from behind. The car collided with them. Two men wearing balaclavas jumped out of the Pajero and fired 15 rounds from an AK-47 at the detectives. 3 rounds hit Jerry McCabe, killing him. His colleague O'Sullivan was seriously injured, having been hit 11 times. 1 bullet strayed and lodged in the Garda patrol car, a Ford Mondeo. They were fired on full automatic by the gunman. Detective O'Sullivan, who was driving the car, he said he was convinced it was deliberate, controlled shooting. Shortly after the shooting, a Mitsubishi Lancer arrived and the would-be robbers made their getaway in it. No money had been stolen by them, but the vehicles used at the crime scene had been stolen. The Gardaí had been armed with a 38 Smith & Wesson revolvers and an Uzi, but the trial concluded that they had no time to use them. Bullet casings found at the scene were unique to the IRA in Ireland at the time. In the aftermath, up to 50,000 people lined the streets of Limerick for McCabe's funeral. The killing of Detective McCabe happened 4 months after the breakdown of the first IRA ceasefire in 1996. The IRA Army Council initially denied involvement, but later claimed that individual members were involved in contravention of its orders. Sinn Féin leader Gerry Adams would later state that the operation was not authorised by the Army Council, but authorised at a lower level by an authorised person. The killing was denounced by the leadership of Sinn Féin, but later the party lobbied for the early release of McCabe's killers under the terms of the Good Friday Agreement. In 2005, the prisoners stated that they did not want their release to be part of any further negotiations with the Irish government. Pierce Macaulay from Strabane and 3 County Limerick men, Jeremiah Sheehy, Michael O'Neill and Kevin Walsh, were convicted by the non-jury Special Criminal Court of manslaughter. Macaulay had escaped from Brixton Prison in 1991 while awaiting prosecution over the IRA's campaign in England, and had jumped bail in the Republic of Ireland 2 months before the shooting. O'Neill was released from prison on the 15th of May 2007, with Sheehy released on the 4th of February 2008. Walsh and Macaulay were released on the 5th of August 2009 after completing their full sentence. Sinn Féin had campaigned for their release under the Good Friday Agreement, despite the Irish government's insistence that these prisoners were excluded during the negotiations for the agreement. The Alliance Party of Northern Ireland accused the Irish government of double standards by not granting those responsible for the killing early release, like paramilitary prisoners in Northern Ireland. McCabe's widow, Anne, has been praised for the way she conducted herself since the shooting. In New York in 2006, he challenged Jerry Adams as to why his organization was calling for the release of the men convicted of the killing. In 2000, she accepted the Scott Gold Medal on her husband's behalf. The Scott Medal is the highest honor bestowed on the in the Republic of Ireland on a Garda who has shown exceptional courage and heroism, risking their lives in their work as police officers. An academic exchange program in honor of the slain detective was established in 1996 at the John Jay College of Criminal Justice in New York City. The purpose of the exchange is to promote sharing of practices and technologies in police and criminal justice between Ireland and the United States. Jerry McCabe's son John was its first recipient of the fellowship in 1997. So that's just a little side note there on Garda Jerry McCabe, who, as I was saying, was killed back in 1996. And then after that, there was the killing of journalist Veronica Guerin, who was a crime journalist at the time, who was killed on her way back from court, where she was dealing with a speeding ticket that she got. And she was killed by two men on a motorbike, one with a gun, who killed her on the Naas Road. Very shocking case and very chilling as well. And because it was basically because she was reporting on some heavy criminals at the time, and they had warned her to a number of times. They'd also shot her before already, but not. They'd only injured her at the time. They hadn't, like, it wasn't seriously injured, but she kept at her job because she was resilient, and she always gets a lot of praise for how good of a journalist she was. And a lot of you may have heard of that, but somebody has been arrested and is in prison for her murder. But yeah, they're kind of two of the main things that, and just say Werther Furk is heading off there. And thanks very much for joining us. I hope you did enjoy, and I hope you have a good day tomorrow as well. And also Dave there, I just didn't see that there. Dave is also heading off, and I hope you have a good time as well, Dave, tomorrow. Hope you have a good day, and hope you have a good day at work if you're working tomorrow. And I hope to see you again soon as well. So do take care. It was good to see everyone. It's good when the few regular people that are always here, kind of, you see them coming back in and all. So we hope to see you again on the next one. And I'm not quite sure what we'll be covering on the next live stream. It'll probably be more kind of the usual, looking at some clips and some news stories and stuff like that. But we will come back with an Irish crime, some more podcasts, or that's the tired the show now. I'm calling them podcasts now. Some more live streams where we can have a bit of a chat about what about the different cases. But yeah, so yeah, so that's why the Criminal Assets Bureau was set up. Those two cases were really big in the media. They were very shocking at the time, and something had to be done for this with these organized criminals. They were going around flaunting their wealth. These two people had been killed. Now, I know it was the IRA was involved in the other one, but they were looking at these people going around robbing vast sums of money and stuff like that and all, and, something had to be done. So the Criminal Assets Bureau were set up like so yeah, the formation of CAB, obviously in 1996, because public anger, to get more to more pressure on these criminals. Hutch settled with CAB for $2 million in 1999 when they came after him, and after CAB was having so much success after the killing of Veronica Guerin, and they had went after the likes of John Gilligan. They had seized an awful lot of his assets and stopped a lot of their criminal network. And Kinahan teamed up with John Cunningham, who was called the Colonel. That's his nickname at the time, and seized the opportunity after Gilligan's gang kind of were in turmoil after CAB's successes. In 2007, Kinahan returned for his father's funeral and was arrested and served 4 years in jail here. And as I said, he went over. I'm just having a quick look through. So what happened is a lot of Irish criminals were starting to head away. A lot of Irish criminals were starting to head away over to Spain and such places like that. And what was happening is they were all congregating in certain areas of Spain, but they were still running their operations over there, and they were running operations here as well. But there was different criminals going over there for different reasons. Some to escape from cab, and some to escape from other feuds that were going on. But after a while, they were kind of at each other's throats over there, and this is where we're coming to this point here. I just want to put up the picture of this gentleman, because this is where we kind of circled back around to there a second ago. So this man here is called Gary Hutch, and he would be a nephew of the monk. Sorry guys, I'm after losing the note that I had there. Right, so he's the monk's nephew, and they describe him as typical of the new breed of gangster, young, violent, and reckless. And he was a serious criminal in the North Inner City. Now, what had happened to him is he is obviously, as I said, he's the monk's nephew, and he was involved in, I think he was involved in some sort of dealing that had something to do with the Kinahans. Like there was he was working for them over there somehow, or whatever way it was. And him and another fella, I think they were suspected. I think he was suspected of kind of feathering his own nest out with some of the money or something like that. There was some business went on there where he wasn't being completely honest with the Kinahans, and they found out about it. And these guys come out and took a fella out that he was in a car with in Spain one day. He survived, but there was definitely word put out that the Kinahans wanted him taken out for what he had done. So your man, the monk, had a meeting with the head of the Kinahan organization and agreed that an amount of money would be paid over, basically as compensation for what this man, Gary Hutch here, had done. And, that was going to be that. They'd pay over the money and Hutch would be allowed live. Now, I'm going to see, you just bear with me for one more second there. I might be able to, there was a clip I wanted to get up there in relation to this. And I wouldn't mind, I had it up on the screen earlier on, and for some reason I shut it down there, and I should have kept it up. Just there now, I know I'm kind of a bit scattered here. But let's just have a look here, because remember the guy we were looking at? I know I'm kind of jumping all over the place, but remember the guy that we were talking about a few minutes ago, the monk, right? We're going to watch a little clip here, right, of an interview that he had there. And the reason why I want to just play a little clip of this is so I can kind of get a feel for what the story is here. So just give me 1 second. Right, so let's have a quick look at this clip. This will just get you a bit more up to speed on who your man, the monk, is, because I just need to get another drink here. I thought I had a bit more left here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this little clip. This will just let you know this is who this man here that's on screen's uncle is, the guy that I was talking about a few minutes ago. But then we'll go into what happened about to this guy, which led to the start of this feud between the two sides. So just give me 1 second there. Sorry, it's a bit I'm sorry, I'm a bit all over the place here. It's kind of, it is the tiredness slightly kicking in here, and that's why, well, that's what I'm sticking to that excuse. Okay, so I'm gonna just pop this little clip up here for a second, and this is just to give you an idea of what this is. Kind of an interview with this guy that they did on RTE, good few years back, kind of confronting him on a few things, but just kind of give you an idea, and it'll just give me a little chance to get some refreshments here. So
this is the story of a modern-day criminal godfather, Gerard Hutch. The once poor boy from Dublin's inner city is today a multi-millionaire. Some achievement for a man who, as an adult, never held down a full-time job. So how did he do it? He says compensation claims enabled him to buy houses, invest his money, and ultimately become wealthy. Others point to two of the biggest armed robberies in the history of the state.
I started with 25 plus 9, 10, 35, and I done a lot of business in property. It was a good time, and that's where I made my money. If people say armed robberies, so be it. I mean, I was questioned about these armed robberies you're talking about, so we let them decide, the people.
But the figures don't add up.
Sometimes figures don't add up.
At 5:30 p.m. on the 26th of January 1987, 3 armed and masked men held up and stole over £1.3 million from a Securicor cash-in-transit van outside the Bank of Ireland at Marino Mart in Fairview in Dublin. Gerard Hutch says he wasn't involved, and yet £75,000 from that robbery ended up in his Northern Ireland bank account. The Gardaí recovered another £129,000 from 2 men, Francis Sheridan and Loman Hickey, who they believed were acting for Hutch. Sheridan and Hickey admitted laundering the money and were subsequently convicted and jailed.
No, not the money they had. It wasn't my money.
Well, they said it was the money from the Marino Mart robbery.
Well, then it was for the Marino Mart. It wasn't mine.
And they said they were holding it for you. They were laundering it for you.
Yeah, well, that's not true. They weren't.
£75,000 of the money from the Marino Mart robbery ended up in your bank account in Belfast.
No, I had a bank account in Belfast with money in it, all right. I wasn't under Marino Mart.
It was.
I just think it's funny that even though this has been argued in court about where this money came from, that he still, I suppose he has to. That's what he has to do. He has to deny it. But the reason why I'm just playing a bit of this is just to kind of give you, he's the guy that's controlling one side of the thing, and these are the things that he's been suspected of, over time or whatever. And the guy that I was showing you a minute ago, which was Gary Hutch, that'll be his nephew, and he, as I was saying, he was working for the guys here. Now everyone was getting on back at the time, but this ended up being a very bloody feud. It turned into over a few things that happened, but I just find it very funny the way when they're putting it to him there. There's some of the stuff he's coming up with there. It's just like Dizzy saying there. It's just deny at all costs. No matter what the evidence says, you just keep denying it. But I thought it was that line when he says to him, but the figures don't add up, and he's like, sometimes figures don't add up. I was like, well, what can you say to that? That's true. Sometimes figures don't add up, but like, come on, you know what I mean? Oh, it's crazy. But yeah, we'll just go on another little bit here.
Found to be the Marino Mart money.
the end of the day, yeah, they weren't happy that I had proper title to it, and they didn't give it back to me.
They didn't give it back to you because it was the Marino Mart money.
I don't know about
It was
that.
Securicor's money. The Belfast High Court gave it back to Securicor and said that was the money that was stolen from the Marino Mart robbery, and you were trying to claim that was your money.
Obviously you
either
did
stole
claim
it.
that was my money, yeah. It was my money, and I lost my case. It wasn't their money.
But it's not just money that's lost during armed robberies. And while no one was killed at Marino Mart or Clonshock, people were traumatised and irreparably damaged.
We've had individuals with a gun put to your head, and you were told, if you don't do this, I'm going to either kill you, kill your family. We've had situations whereby family members have been told, if you don't do what I'm going to ask you to do now, you're not going to see your wife and child alive again. Now, that's not normal in any society. That's not victimless.
And I saw the result.
And see, that's the thing here as well. There's a sense of fear that goes around when these robberies happen. Yeah, they think that's a big company that can absorb the loss or whatever, but it's not really that way. Like, it's the psychological impact on the communities and on the staff and all that as well. Like, and other people thinking, are we going to be next? Like, there was a lot of those robberies and stuff going on back in the day, whether it be the IRA or criminal gangs doing it, or just even like kind of these lone rangers out for a quick payday. But like what I'm saying there, this sort of thing was going on. It was setting these organizations up for years. And then when, as I said, when the likes of the Criminal Assets Bureau came clamping down on everybody, they all start scattering off to Spain and other places. And as we were talking there a minute ago, as they come along in Spain, they start getting at each other's throats. So yeah, that was just a little clip of the monk there, but just trying to get back on track here now. So anyway, this guy, as I was saying, that they had said that in order for him not to be taken out, that this compensation was paid up, but the Kinahans decided to go ahead and take him out anyway, and he was shot dead and found dead beside a swimming pool in, I think it was one of their apartments or places over there in Spain. Now, obviously, if you were on the other side and you had paid over this, I think it was something like €200,000 or something like that in compensation. Obviously, if you had paid over this money and you expected if you were the guy's uncle, like, and you expected your nephew was to be let live, and then they went ahead and killed him anyway. Obviously, they did that on some sort of a principle thing, thinking, well, he crossed us, he was dipping in. I think that's what it was. They were accusing him of dipping in or doing his own thing on the side. And like, it was the principle with them to show that, people wouldn't be let away with this regardless who they were or how much was paid over. They didn't care. They just made a fool of the other people, really. That's kind of what they did. They made a fool of the others. They took their money and they went and killed your man anyway. So obviously, because that happened, right, there was going to be revenge. So this is what started this thing. Now, there was other killings and all went on with this, but we're here at the moment, we're talking about the killing of David Byrne. Now, as we said, this happened on the 5th of February 2016 at the Regency Hotel in Whitehall in Dublin. Now, I'm going to just throw a picture of the Regency Hotel up on the screen there now. That is the Regency Hotel there. It's now changed its name to the Bonington Hotel. Obviously changed the name after all of that went on because, so much media attention was associated with this that it wouldn't be really good for business to know that shooting went on in there. This is another view of the place just after the shooting happened. So we're going to talk a little bit about the shooting now, so we can kind of get an idea. And this really kind of kicked the feud off. This shooting did. So as I said to you, Gary Hutch had been murdered over in Spain, and for like allegedly double crossing the Kinahans. and money had been paid over, as I said, something like 200,000 in order for Hutch to live, and they went and killed him anyway. So this attack on David Byrne at the Regency Hotel, David Byrne wasn't the intended target. They reckon Daniel Kinahan, which was the son of the guy that Christy Kinahan, which is the lad that's the leader here, they reckon that it was supposed to be for him, but David Byrne ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time. So yeah, it says believed by An Garda Síochána that Daniel Kinahan, the son of Christy Kinahan, was intended target but had left early. So on the 5th of February 2016, there was to be a boxing match for the WBO European lightweight title between Jamie Kavanagh and Antonio Bento at the Regency Hotel in Whitehall, Dublin. At the weigh-in, there was an organised armed attack. The match was cancelled after the shooting. There were at least 4 attackers with masks, army-style helmets and flak jackets, 2 of whom were disguised as members of the Emergency Garda Response Unit, or the ERU. And armed with AK-47s. An associate of the Kinahan cartel, David Byrne, who was 32 at the time, was shot dead. Sources said that the gang had intended to kill others. 2 men were injured and taken to the Mater Private Hospital and Beaumont Hospital. After the attack, security camera recordings suggested that 6 people had been involved, including a man disguised as a woman. The attackers escaped in a Ford Transit van, which was later found burnt out. So this is the thing, right? These guys, I have some photos here that I can show up. So these guys, this is a photograph that was taken by someone that was actually outside the place when this was all going on. So some of these men stormed in. These are supposed to be dressed like members of the emergency response unit. And they stormed into the place, including these 2 people here as well, which is this guy here is the guy that's dressed up as a woman. A great photograph taken here by a bystander outside. I'm not sure if it was like a journalist or if it was a very good quality photograph all the same. There was a number of these taken, but this was the only frame that was perfectly still and crisp. And it captures the moment that they're running away from actually the shootings after happening. The gentleman that doesn't have a disguise on, with just a flat cap on there, he got nicknamed Flat Cap for obvious reasons. He turned out to be a gentleman who they later obviously identified, and the reason why he wasn't wearing any disguises, he actually passed away a couple of weeks after this happened. And the theory is that they reckon that the Gardaí reckoned that he knew he was dying, so that's why he didn't bother covering his face or anything like that. He was some dude that was somehow involved. Like he was an older dude. Like, I was quite surprised to see him involved, running around like that. But yeah, maybe they offered him some money for his family or something like that for after he passed away or so. I don't know what the arrangement was there, but yeah, now this gentleman here that's dressed in drag, there was a lot of speculation around. There was a trial actually collapsed over that. They were trying to there was Gardaí who identified that man as I want to say right there, just so I don't get it wrong. Yeah, sorry. The trial was saying that that guy was Patrick Hutch, which would be a relation of the Hutch guy that's running it, obviously, as we said, and he would be a relation of the Hutch guy that was shot in Spain. Remember that this was the reprisal for, right? The at the trial, right? they're saying that Patrick Hutch was 100% a man dressed as a woman in photographs taken outside the Regency Hotel on the day gangster David Byrne was shot dead. As a court has heard, two Detective Gardaí have told the Special Criminal Court that they had both known the 25-year-old for a number of years and recognised him in pictures. Now, let's just have a look here and see what you think, guys. Now, I know I can't zoom in on that picture that's up on the screen at the moment, but the guy dressed as a woman there, just have a look at his face. Okay? And I'm going to show you a picture of Patrick Hutch, who they're alleging that is. And we'll see. So let's have a look. Yeah, keep an eye there. So the next guy you're going to see on screen is the guy that they're alleging was this person dressed in drag there. So I know it's kind of hard to tell. So I got to remove it and put it back in a couple of times so you can see the other picture. But local Gardaí who knew this man said that they're pretty sure that this was him. Now, I'll just keep that article up there while I scroll down through it. It says they had also said they had a number of dealings with him after he was the victim of a shooting in 2014. The court has been hearing an issue about the identification of the accused, which the trial has already heard the prosecution are basing their case on. Hutch from Champions Avenue, Dublin 1, has pleaded not guilty to Byrne's murder and 3 counts of possession of firearms on February the 5th, 2016. Detective Garda Fergal Flaherty said that he went to Ballymun Garda Station 2 days after the shooting and was shown a picture of the man dressed as a woman and the man wearing a flat cap, which is the one that we were just looking at there, which is that picture there that they're talking about. Sorry guys, I'm after losing where my tab was. Oh no. Just one moment there. I can't believe I lost the tab there. Now I've got it back. That's just tired, this lad. It says it was the person before the court, Patrick Hutch. I let it be known to the Gardaí in Ballymun. I would have known him since he was a young fella. He was also the injured party in a shooting which myself and Detective Garda Jonathan Brady investigated in 2019. Now, I don't know, maybe I should have vetted that. I didn't want to show that photograph there because YouTube will have a nightmare. But wait till I just scroll past that there because I don't really want to be showing that there. Till I scroll past that. I didn't know. Sorry about that for anyone that doesn't want to see anything like that. That was the body of David Byrne in the lobby of the Regency Hotel. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't know that was gonna just show there. Anyway, the guards were saying we dealt with him after an incident, had a number of dealings with him over the years. He would have been clean shaven at the time and looked more like the picture than he does do now. I didn't know who the man in the wig was. Patrick Hutch was always very mannerly, always very polite. I always have worked in the North Inner City, starting off as a community Garda, so I would have known Patrick Hutch and other members of his family. In cross-examination, Detective O'Flaherty said he had been involved in many incidents of identification over the years and knew the procedure involved. Yeah, so there was controversy over the identification because he said he denied being in the room in Ballymun Garda Station when Detective Brady identified Patrick Hutch from the picture and just simply agreed with him. I went in first and I said, I know who that is. And I went outside and told this to Detective Sergeant O'Toole, then to Detective Brady. He went in. I wish we had done it differently so there'd be no need for this nonsense. And what you're getting at, that it was contrived or a plan. I didn't know what your client had done, and I only know what I saw in the media. I just looked at a picture and said I know him. Detective O'Flaherty was referring to questions from counsel about omissions in his statement about the exact way the two officers went in to identify the picture. He added, I've always tried to keep it simple in a Garda statement. Brady told the court that when O'Flaherty looked at it, he remembered his partner saying, "I know that person, I'm saying nothing." When I looked at the picture, I recognized the man in the picture as the man before the court. I told him that it was 100% certain. I had dealt with him at that time. I had worked for 18 years in North Central Division. I know some of his family. On the 5th of August 2014, he was brought to the Mater Hospital with a gunshot injury. We spoke to him and asked him to make a statement, and he didn't want to. He didn't want to give any information. Then he said he visited his house once at Champions Avenue and later met him at Mountjoy Garda Station. So he said so basically what that Garda was getting at is that he knew who this man was, and he was pretty sure that it was Patrick Hutch. Yeah, and I'm Dizzy saying you agree there. Yeah, they reckon now they obviously would have known the guy more, would have had more pictures to look at, and they would have been able to zoom in more. But to me, looking at some of the pictures, it does look like him. Like it's very it's very hard not to believe that, especially now since their relation had just been killed in Spain, and now they were going to this event where those people responsible were going to be in attendance. Well, he thought the main guy's son was going to be here, so you know what I mean. Like it's all a bit too convenient. So this is another still of the mentor in the hotel. These are the guys that were dressed as the Gardaí. And then obviously there's some pictures here of people being let out, after, because obviously this was an event where it was an open hotel. Like there would have been guests staying there would have been people there for their dinner, there could have been people there just socializing, and also there would have been an awful lot of people there for that particular boxing event that was going on. So there would have been a lot of people there, and there was children present as well, as even in the room where this was going on, because on some of the video footage from the day, you can actually hear some of the children screaming and shouting and all of whatever. I'm just having a look here to see. I'm just trying to see, is there any footage there? No, YouTube won't like that because that one's blocked there. That video had been age restricted there on YouTube, so that would probably be a no there. But just give me 1 second there, guys. Might be able to find something here. No, I don't think so. A lot of the see, that other clip is copyright. It will be copyright claimed. But anyway, it's only a little clip of the actual when the shooting started. You don't really see anything. It's more of a people start scattering and stuff like that when one of the boxers is being weighed in. But yeah, so what ended up happening is they entered in, everybody starts scattering. Daniel Kinahan, the intended target, had left earlier on. And what ended up happening is that there was a fleeing of people. David Byrne was spotted in the hallway, and I think it was kind of out in the lobby sort of area. He was trying to escape. Obviously, one of the gunmen identified him because they knew who he was. He knew he was part of that other group, and they just shot him and then left. And because now the Kinahans know that the Hutches were coming at him, that's what started the big feud. The Hutch Kinahan feud that maybe some of you have heard about. I'm just trying to see there. Can we? Sorry for the bit of lack of organization here with some of these things, but as I was saying, that feud has taken the form of mostly like the form of a large number of attacks, mostly shootings on people associated with either side. Now it's a bit more one-sided, you know. It's more sided towards the Kinahan side. They've had more hits, we'll say, than the other side have had. So altogether, there's been 18 deaths related to this feud. And most attacks have been in Dublin, a few elsewhere in Ireland, and some in Spain, including the initial murder of Gary Hutch, which we were talking about, which sparked off the feud. So, as of August 2021, at least 18 people have been killed in the feud. Up to June 2018, Gardaí have seized 456 firearms, 2.2 million in cash, 64 million euros worth of drugs in their efforts to tackle the feud. Commentators have noted that the feud highlights the difficulty on Garda Síochána have with police and gangs with transnational structures. As we went into earlier on, we had Christy Kinahan at the top of the Kinahan crime family. He was known as the Dapper Don, born in 1958. Then he has his eldest son, which is Daniel Kinahan, allegedly manages the day-to-day operations of the family's empire. A boxing promoter, Daniel has worked as an advisor for Tyson Fury. A couple other lads are mentioned, such as Ross Brown and Paul Rice, as top lieutenants or high-ranking members, known to be extremely violent and have been targets of the other side in the feud. Thomas Bomber Kavanagh, which was one of the leaders of the Kinahan family, he's second in command apparently. Considered by many to be Ireland's most feared mobster, and is considered the main name of the Kinahan family in the UK. He's known to be brutal and very violent, being responsible for at least 7 murders. His cousin Paul Kavanagh and Jared Hatchet Kavanagh were also members of the Kinahan family, both murdered in cold blood by Bomber Kavanagh. So, yeah, he was actually locked up there for something in England there recently, something to do with drugs or something. So he's actually away at the moment, I think. Freddie Thompson, a cousin of Liam Byrne, was the head of the Dublin branch of the Kinahan gang from 1997 to 2008 when he had to leave Ireland over a feud he had with the INLA, which is the Irish National Liberation Army. Currently serving a life sentence for the murder of David Dahi Douglas. He's considered a key figure in the conflict, the Crumlin-Drimna feud, which we'll look at some other time. Liam Byrne, a notorious Dublin gangster, is a high-ranking member of the Kinahan family. He comes from a family led by his father, James Byrne, who was an associate of Martin the General Cahill. Might look at him another time too. He's the older brother of David Byrne, who was the guy that was killed, and an associate of the Kinahan family who was murdered on the 5th of February, as we said. He is also a cousin of another member of the Kinahan family, which is Freddie Fat Thompson. And then we had Jared Hatchet Kavanagh, which is the other guy's brother, as we were saying. Then we had Imre the Butcher Arakas, and a notorious Estonian hitman. He is known for committing murders in several European countries such as Estonia, Lithuania, Spain, and Ireland. In addition to having killed dozens of members of the Russian mafia, he is the assassin who was hired by the Kinahans to kill James Mago Gately, an associate of Jerry Hutch. And Declan Brady, one of Kinahan's closest associates, holds some of his most important positions within the gang. He is the main logistics man and quartermaster of the Kinahans. Kieran O'Driscoll, a foot soldier for the gang, criminal record ranges from possession of illegal drugs and attempted murder. It says he was one of those involved in the attempted murder of Patsy Hutch, Jared Hutch's older brother. And Leon Griffin, a foot soldier of the gang, is a friend of Freddie Thompson and is known to be one of the most brutal, volatile criminals, not only in the Kinahan family, but in Dublin. So that's the Kinahan side of it. On the Hutch side, we have Jared Hutch, also known as the Monk. He earned his name because, as I said, he doesn't drink, smoke, or take drugs. Well, that's what they said about him in his younger days. Although, according to what some people say, is that he apparently was drinking at pictures of his 50th birthday. It could be non-alcoholic, so Gary Hutch, which was the nephew of Jerry Hutch, had worked for the Kinahan family, being described as once having been Daniel Kinahan's right-hand man. His murder in September 2015 initiated the ongoing feud. Eddie Hutch, brother of Jerry Hutch, was shot dead on the 8th of February 2016. We have Derek Delboy Hutch, brother of Gary Hutch, is considered one of the most violent members of the Hutch family, with a strong criminal record ranging from robbery to armed robbery to murder. Jason Moylan, a criminal with over 120 convictions, was shot on the 30th of January 2018. James Mago Gately, an associate of Jerry Hutch, is a prime target of the Kinahans, having been targeted twice in 2017, as the Kinahans believe he played a role in the 2016 Regency attack, which had assumed it would be an attack on Daniel Kinahan, which culminated in the death of David Byrne. Then also you have Noel King-size Duggan, a close friend of Jerry Hutch, is known to the police as he was involved in lucrative cigarette smuggling in Dublin. He was brutally murdered on the 23rd of March 2016 by a team of hitmen connected to Christy Kinahan. And Jerry Hanley, one of Jerry Hutch's most elusive associates. Jerry Hanley is famously known to have escaped several attempts on his life unharmed. As a result, he is considered one of the main targets for the Kinahans. So now that we have all that, what we will do is just say that I'm dizzy said there sounds like a Godfather. So it is a bit, you know, Godfatherish. What were they saying? It was like I can't remember. They described it as something. Oh, in one of the documentaries I was watching, they described it as something, and it was very apt. It was, and I can't remember. It was some TV series. They said it was like, you know, a mash of these two TV series. It was kind of like that. But yeah, it is kind of like, you know, a Don Corleone sort of type situation there with all this sort of tit for tat going on. But it really was violent, like, you know. Yeah, so yeah, no, it really was violent. So they're losing me tab again. I keep losing the tab, folks. No, I just yeah, I wasn't keeping up on me tidying here when I was when I had gone through a few other things, and now I've just I've misplaced that. So anyway, just a quick rundown of some of the events there. Just 1 second. So so as we said, back in 2015, we had the murder of Gary Hutch, which was about 11:30 a.m. on the 24th of September, which we said initiated the ongoing feud. Hutch, who was 34 years old at the time of his death, was shot dead in an apartment complex in the neighborhood of Marbella, Spain. Originally from Champions Avenue in Dublin city centre, he was the nephew of the monk, as we said. At the time of his death, he was a well-known criminal in Dublin who was previously convicted of armed robbery. After release from prison, he moved to Spain, where he had lived for 8 years prior to his death. He was unarmed at the time of his killing and is reported to have pleaded for his life before being shot by his killer. He had been working closely with Daniel Kinahan for some time before his death. By 2014, however, he was suspected as being an informant but for Spanish police, though this would posthumously be discovered to have been a false allegation. He also tried to shoot a senior Kinahan gang member. Allegedly, Gary Hutch had organised with Daniel Kinahan, for a close associate of Jerry's, to be shot in a punishment shooting. As compensation for Gary's supposed role as an informant, Patrick Hutch, Gary's brother, is alleged to have voluntarily been shot in the leg by Daniel Kinahan in an attempt to save his brother's life. 200,000 was paid to the Kinahan family by Gary Hutch in exchange for his life. Both deals, however, were, went back on, and Gary was killed. In August 2014, this is just another thing, ex-boxer Jamie Moore was shot twice in the leg in a case of mistaken identity. Sources differ on whether the intended victim was Gary Hutch or Daniel Kinahan, so there was a bit of thing about that there, you know. In 2018, Dubliner James Quinn, a former boxer with a criminal record, was convicted of being involved in the murder by being a lookout and helping the killer to reach and flee the scene. He was also found guilty of a second charge of illegal weapons possession. There was a trial in Spain. The state prosecutor called on the judge to jail Quinn for a total of 28 years, 25 for the murder and 3 for the weapons possession. A life sentence was ruled out because the jurors rejected the prosecution's claims that Quinn was a member of a criminal organisation, despite the prosecution saying the killing was part of the Kinahan-Hutch feud. The jury also found that it had not been proven that Quinn had been paid for the murder. Quinn is the nephew of Martin Foley, a criminal known as the Viper, who was an associate of Martin Cahill. He had worked as a drug enforcer for drug dealers and developed strong links with the Kinahans. Other events include on the 9th of October 2015, 2 weeks after Gary Hutch was murdered, his younger brother Derek Delboy Hutch was stabbed while serving a sentence for murder in Mountjoy Prison. A €10,000 bounty had been put on him by Christy Kinahan. He survived the attack. On the 30th of December 2015, Darren Cairns, an associate of the Hutches, was shot dead in front of his wife shortly after he left the Phoenix Chinese restaurant on Black Horse Avenue. He had convictions for drug dealing and spent time in prison. It's thought that Cairns, another gang member, are responsible for a botched attempt on the lives of a Kinahan gang member. So then you obviously had the Regency attack, which we just talked about, where David Byrne was killed. And on the 18th of May 2016, Patrick Hutch, the brother of Gary Hutch, was charged to criminal courts of justice with the murder of David Byrne. His trial for the murder and possession of firearms was later set for January 2018 in the non-jury special criminal court. He was denied bail. But obviously, as we said, there was issues with that trial there with the identification from that photograph. In October 2020, a 26-year-old Hutch gang member was arrested with a Coolock criminal when Garda detectives halted an alleged drugs handover in which 3 kilos of cannabis were seized. The Kinahan cartel reportedly believe he was involved in the Regency attack. In August 2021, Jerry Hutch was arrested in Spain on a European arrest warrant. Now, and that case is still ongoing in the courts about the Jerry Hutch being charged with that murder. So that's what's happening there. But 2016 was the bloodiest year of the feud, with 10 people being killed that year, 6 of whom were killed in the first 6 months of the year. Of the dead, 6 were associated with the Hutch gang, 1 with the Kinahans, and 2 were innocent men who were killed in cases of mistaken identity. After the Regency Hotel attack, 2 others were killed in the same month. Eddie Hutch Sr., which was the brother of the monk, was killed at his home on the 8th of February 2016. He was the uncle of Gary Hutch. The motive for his death is suspected to be revenge for the death of David Byrne. On the 29th of February, Vincent Ryan was shot dead while sitting in his car outside his partner's home in Finglas. On the 29th of February 2016, a brother of real IRA leader Alan Ryan, Vincent was murdered by the members of the Kinahan gang, though sources differ on whether or not this was related to the Hutch-Kinahan conflict. On the 23rd of March 2016, Noel King-Size Duggan, a friend of Jerry Hutch, was shot dead while sitting in his car outside his home in Rathote, County Meath. 2 men were killed in April. Martin O'Rourke was shot dead on the 14th of April on Lower Sheriff Street in Dublin in a case of mistaken identity. He had no known criminal connections. Michael Barr was shot dead on the 25th of April 2016 in the Sunset House in Summerhill, Dublin. The Garda Síochána suspect he was killed by the Kinahan gang because of the involvement in the Regency attack. He had dissident Republican links and is understood to have provided the weaponry involved in the attack. The dissident Republicans broke off ties with the Hutch gang after Barr's murder. So that guy was actually I think he was the publican at that Sunset House. On the 24th of May, Garrett Hutch was fatally shot by 2 attackers in the car park of the Avondale House flats in which where he lived. He was a minor figure in the criminal world, and just 24 hours before that, he had actually met with a local councillor to raise concerns about wanting to transfer somewhere else out of his apartment because he didn't feel safe and he felt that some CCTV wasn't covering some parts of it. So he wanted to be moved, and then within 24 hours he was shot dead by 2 men outside the apartments there. on Yeah, so that was Garrett Hutch there in November 2018. The Special Criminal Court found Jonathan Keogh, his sister Regina Keogh, and Thomas Fox guilty of the murder. All three were sentenced to life imprisonment. On the 18th of June 2016, two men in their 30s were arrested by armed members of the Emergency Response Unit and Drugs and Organised Crime Bureau on the Naas Dual Carriageway. A Glock 9mm semi-automatic handgun was found in one man's car. Both were linked to the Kinahan gang, and one was a close associate of David Byrne. Gardaí believed they were planning to shoot someone that day. David Douglas was fatally shot outside a shop he ran with his wife in Bridgefoot Street on the 8th of in Dublin 8 on the 1st of July. He had survived being shot the previous November. Trevor O'Neill, a Dublin City Council worker from Drimna, was killed in a case of mistaken identity in the Costa del Cama near Magaluf on the 17th of August 2016. He was shot 5 times in front of his family. Gardaí believe that he was mistaken for a member of the Hutch family by the Kinahan gang. And Noel Duckegg Kerwin, a close associate of Jerry Hutch. I always wonder where these guys get the name. Noel Duckegg Kerwin. Does he like duck eggs? But he was a close associate of Jerry Hutch, was shot dead in front of his partner outside his house in Ronanstown in West Dublin on the 22nd of December 2016. It's believed he was killed simply because of his association with Hutch, as he was photographed talking to him at Eddie Hutch's funeral in February 2016. So that guy was literally only seen at that funeral with the monk, and he was taken out for that reason. Of the 10 people killed in 2016, murder convictions were only brought in 4 cases in Ryan's, Barr's, Garrett Hutch's and Douglas's. In 2017, there was a knife attack on Tom Fox. Tom Fox, on remand in Mountjoy Prison in relation to the shooting of Garrett Hutch, was attacked on the 28th of March 2017, along with another inmate suffering multiple stab wounds. An Irishman in his 30s, this was in April 2017, and another aged in 58, and a 58-year-old Estonian man, Imre Arkas, were arrested by armed members of the Emergency Response Unit and Drugs and Organised Crime Bureau on the 4th of April 2017. They were arrested on the Blakestown Road in Clonsilla in a safe house owned by a Kinahan associate, Eric Fowler, who had allegedly tipped off Gardaí, resulting in his death in December 2018. It is believed the Estonian may be a hired killer brought into the country by a Kinahan gang to continue the feud. Drugs in a list of Hutch associates were found. Only Mr. Arkas was charged. Just 1 second there. So that guy actually went on to be shot himself. That Imrar Arakas lad. He was actually at the wake of another person that had just been taken out when he was shot. But he was actually, there was funny footage of that guy. He actually showed up at the crime scene when it was still ongoing, and he was seen loitering around there on TV. Oh, hi, Dave. Just after seeing Dave Malik joined us there a few minutes ago. He said, wow, long stream, over 4 hours. I missed it while at work. Well, hopefully for the next stream, it'll be at a better time for you, Dave, anyway, and you might catch us then. But we should have a premiere coming in the next day or two as well of a new video I've nearly finished. So we should have that coming out. We're nearly getting to the end of this stream as it is. We'll just have a few more little bits to cover just in this particular thing we're talking about here. Then we have in May 2017 the shooting of James Mago Gately, a 29-year-old long-term friend of Gary Hutch, who had been hiding out in Belfast and Newry, having fled his home in Dublin. On the 10th of May 2017, he was shot 5 times by a lone gunman in his car at the Topaz petrol station on the Clonshock Road in North Dublin. It's believed the bulletproof vest he was wearing saved his life as 4 shots went into it, but he was also shot in the jaw, causing serious injuries. Gately was in a red Mondeo and the shooter was in a black Lexus which pulled alongside the Mondeo before Gately was shot. It was the second attempt on Gately's life in 6 months. So that guy was pretty, going around looking over his shoulder everywhere he went. In July 2020, two men were charged at the Special Criminal Court with involvement with the attempted murder of James Gately. They were ordered to both reappear in court on July the 8th. On July the 8th, one of the men was granted bail despite Garda objections. On the 5th of January 2021, Keelan Smith from Donore, County Meath was convicted of attempting to murder James Gately. Gary McAreevy of Castle Bellingham, County Louth, was convicted of acting to impede an apprehension or prosecution by purchasing petrol and assisted in the burning out of a car used in the attempted murder at Durat, Drumsick in County Louth. Sentencing was due on the 25th of January 2021. In July 2021, Peter Keaton of Rowley Green, Clondalkin, pleaded guilty in the Special Criminal Court to directing the activities of a criminal gang between December 2016 and April 2017. He admitted gathering information on James Gately and following him, as well as involving Estonian hitman Imre Arakas to kill Gately. Gately has 10 previous convictions, including one in Spain for brawling. Keaton was sentenced to 11 years imprisonment in September 2021. Michael Keogh, who had minor links to the Kinahan gang, was shot dead on the 31st of May 2017. He was in his car in the underground car park at the apartment complex where he lived in Dorset Street on the North Inner City in Dublin. He had previous convictions for assault and Gardaí and for firearms offences. He was before the courts in 2016 in relation to a firearms charge. He was also a known associate of Jason Moylano, another Hutch gang members. It's believed the Kinahan cartel killed him because of this. However, he had links to numerous different criminals, and Gardaí could not rule out that he was killed by another criminal gang or that he was set up to be killed by Moylano. 24-year-old Ken McCormick was shot in the head on the 1st of December 2017. His body was found in Walterstown, County Meath, between Leixlip and Dunboyne. He was last seen alive at 5 p.m. the previous day after telling his partner he had gone to meet someone. When he failed to return, his partner became concerned for his safety and contacted Gardaí. He was later found at an Aldi supermarket in Clonee. Gardaí believe he parked his car at the Aldi in Clonee and then got into a black saloon type car. Gardaí and Finglas later received a call that a black Audi was on fire just off the M50 at Meekstown Cottages at about 6 p.m. Ken McCormick was the son of Noel Corwin, who has been shot dead about a year before as part of the feud between the Kinahans and the Hutches. That was your man Noel Duckegg Corwin. One line of inquiry is that the Kinahan gang believed he posed a threat to them because he wanted revenge for his father's death. He had been officially warned by Gardaí that his life was in danger. McCormick had been caught with 50 rounds of 32 caliber ammunition in November 17. It was suspected the ammunition was connected with dissident Republican extortion rackets. Gardaí believe he had enemies other than the Kinahan gang. A man was arrested on suspicion of McCormick's murder in December 2018 but was released without charge. In March 2019, another man was arrested in Mountjoy Prison in connection with the murder, but two was also released without charge. In about 3 p.m. on these are just all the people that have been taken out in this feud. At about 3 p.m. on the 30th of January 2018, Derek Coakley Hutch was shot while he sat in a car in the Bridgeview Halton site beside Clover Hill Prison. He had gone to the prison earlier in the day to visit his brother Nathan and returned to the area with two other men in a car. They were to throw drugs over the prison wall. The two men got out of the car and went to part of the Halton site where horses were kept in a pen. On hearing shots, they ran back to the car, which had moved a short distance. They tried to resuscitate Coakley Hutch, but he died at the scene, having been shot in the head a number of times. He had been warned earlier that his life had been in danger. Gardaí believed the killers escaped in a black Volkswagen Golf that was set on fire in nearby Craig Avenue before transferring to a black Toyota Avensis, which was found burnt out at Snowdrop Walk, Darndale. He had been warned. Oh yeah, they already mentioned that he had been warned. Derek Coakley Hutch had a criminal record, having previously pleaded guilty to possession of an imitation firearm during a robbery of a Spar store in Styles Road, Clontarf in June 2015. He carried the coffin of his uncle Eddie Hutch, who had been murdered as part of this feud also. He was also a nephew of Jerry Hutch. A member of the Hutch family was due to compete in a tournament on the 26th of January 2018. It began at the National Boxing Stadium on the South Circular Road in Dublin, and there was a heavy Garda presence as a result. A car pulled up near the National Stadium at about 9:45 p.m. on the night of the tournament and fired at a man who was known to Gardaí. He was hit in the foot as he ran towards Griffith College. The second man who was injured in the hand is understood to have been a student at the college who had been walking nearby. Both men, who were aged in their 40s and 20s, were taken to hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. 2 cars were later found burnt out in North Dublin. In January 2018, Jess Moylan, a well-known Dublin criminal with 122 prior convictions, was shot dead on the 30th of January 2018. He was shot at the James Larkin House Flats complex in North Strand, close to where he lived, and had just returned from the wake of his friend Derek Coakley Hutch, who had been shot dead 10 days earlier. The 2-man hit team immediately drove from North Strand Road to nearby Eastlink Toll Bridge and abandoned their Renault Kangoo van and returned 2 hours later and attempted to set it afire. So as you can see, like, there was a lot of this tit for tat, and some of these were in a very short period of time. It says 3 men were arrested in a van in the car park of the Belmont Apartments in Gardner Street at 8 a.m. on the 10th of March 2018. They were armed with a submachine gun, an automatic pistol, and a revolver. Another man was arrested later in the day, and further searches were conducted in several locations in Dublin. The searches yielded a machine gun and another firearm, a silencer, and a quantity of ammunition. Gardaí believed that the men were intending to attack Patsy Hutch, a brother of Jerry Hutch. Patsy's son Gary had been shot dead in Spain by the Kinahans 2015, and Patsy himself has no connections to crime but has survived at least 3 attempts on his life, having been warned repeatedly by Gardaí that he was in danger. Despite the threats to his life, he has refused to move from his home. Gardaí believed that the men intended to create a disturbance that would draw Patsy out of his home, then attack him. Late on the night of the 27th of March 2018, 3 walls in the north inner city of Dublin near Patsy Hutch's home were daubed with graffiti saying "Patsy dies, feud ends." Gardaí believed graffiti was to draw Patsy out of his house in order to shoot him. So, it's still kind of, it was going on well after the loads of the main killings that happened. In June 2020, Michael Burns, Stephen Curtis, Kieran O'Driscoll were jailed for a total of 19 years for their parts in the plot to murder Patsy Hutch. Burns was sentenced to 9 years in prison, while the other 2 were sentenced to 5 years each. The execution was to be carried out for the Kinahan gang, which is organised in a hierarchical structure with cells and subcells. Burns had received instructions on an encrypted phone from someone referred to as suspect number 1, and the evidence definitely involved in the preparation of a murder attempt. Burns passed on instructions developed by others and was not at the top of the hierarchy. Burns was also a supervisor in the plot who organised cars and phones. Curtis had acted more a limited role and nevertheless important. He was involved in meetings and obtained phone and SIM cards for the hit team. He was recorded expressing reservations about suspect number 1 and said he wanted out of the gang. O'Driscoll would perform the role of watching Patsy Hutch's house until he emerged, then alert the hit team so they could shoot him. His grandmother lived on Champions Avenue, and he was useful to the gang as his presence on the road wouldn't arouse any suspicion. He took risks that were naive, such as using his own phone, which assisted in his identification. He did not stand to gain in any significant way, and was told that his drug debt would be cleared. Conviction of the remaining members in August 2020, Patrick Curtis of Seville Place in Dublin 1 and Mohammed Smoo of Milner Square in Santry were jailed. Curtis was sentenced to 10 years while Smoo was sentenced to 7 years. The judge said that both men were part of a subcell of the Kinahan organised crime group. Curtis was the most senior member of the subcell and was entrusted to take orders on an encrypted phone for someone at the highest level of the gang, known by a pseudonym Lord Knows. Gardaí were able to access some of the messages because Curtis could not remember all the instructions and photograph some of them on his phone. So he had some amateurs working here that were getting themselves caught. Curtis admitted directing the activities of the criminal cell between February 18 and March 18. Smoo pleaded guilty to participate in activities of a criminal organisation, namely the murder of Mr. Hutch, by providing, moving and repairing vehicles and planning or assisting to plan an attempted shooting. Smoo was involved in the planning and was part of the original hit team with Mark Capper, but could not take part because he was arrested in Tala for looting a Central shop during Storm Emma. It's just mad. These guys are all over the place. Their sentences were backdated to December 19 when they were arrested. 2 Kinahan associates were arrested in 2018 in Super Value on a Holt Road in Killester. They were arrested by the ERU, which is the Emergency Response Unit, who found a loaded handgun in their car. 2 men aged 25 and 28 are known to Gardaí to be connected to the Kinahan gang, and it was suspected that they were targeting a member of the Hutch gang. Clive Staunton, a street trader, was shot dead outside his home at 9:15 p.m. on the 15th of November 2018. He'd been selling merchandise at the Beggars Bush Junction before the Ireland versus Northern Ireland match at the Aviva Stadium. Normally sold merchandise before and after matches, but he left during the game. He had arrived at his home in the Glen Easton estate in Leakslip at around 9:15. A gunman fired shots through the windscreen and driver's window. Staunton tried to escape, but the gunman shot him twice in the head. The gunman fled in a silvery grey Volvo S40, which was later found in the burnt out in Kilbride, County Wicklow. Mr. Staunton was originally from the Greek Street flats of Dublin, but had lived in Leakslip for more than 20 years. He was a widower and a distant relation through marriage of the Hutch family. He had minor convictions for counterfeiting, but was never involved in serious criminality. Gardaí confirmed that a link to the feud was one element of the investigation. In December 2018, exactly 2 years after Noel Kerwin had been shot dead, 34-year-old Eric Fowler was shot in the head and killed at his home in Blakestown Cottages in Clonsilla. 2 gunmen waited outside the house before running up as he was locking his car. He was shot a number of times in the head and collapsed at the side of the house despite just trying to escape. A silver Volkswagen Jetta was found burnt out in Roshini Green, Cluny. Fowler had been formally warned by Gardaí that there was a credible threat to his life. Gardaí said that there were a number of lines of inquiry, but it was possible it was connected to the local feuds in Finglas and Blanchardstown, and possibly to the Kinahan Hutch feud. In 2019, the trial of Patrick Hutch at the Central Criminal Courts of Justice for the murder of David Byrne collapsed after the suicide of the lead investigator, Detective Superintendent Colin Fox. An investigation into the circumstances surrounding the death of the superintendent was launched by the Garda Síochána Ombudsman Commission. And then on March 2019, 24-year-old Lee Boylan was shot 3 times and critically injured. That was on the 6th of March 2019. He was driving a van to Blakestown Road in Clonsilla, close to the scene of the murder of Boylan's friend Eric Fowler over 2 months previously. A BMW 3 Series that was involved in the shooting was found burnt out nearby in Sadler's Drive. Boylan was an associate of the Kinahan cartel, and it's unclear if they organised the shooting or if the Hutch gang were behind it. So, sorry that was so long there, guys, but there was an awful lot of people there that were involved in that feud there that end up getting caught up in it and shot. Now, some of them were involved in criminality, others were just because basically they were guilty by association and because they were family members. But you know, what I always think with these things is that, like, it's obviously all over money and drugs and control, and obviously when people feel like they've been double crossed, it ends up costing people their lives. But at the end of the day, like, a lot of these people that were getting shot up are young men. And just pardon me for 1 second till I get another drink here. A lot of these are young men. Some of them have partners at home with young kids and stuff like that. I know you can say that a lot of them were kind of born into these families that had these criminality stuff going on in them, and then what other way were they supposed to go? But some of the family members didn't get involved in the crime. They ended up, like, trying to stay away from it. Some of them were distancing themselves from it, but ended up getting dragged into it because it was a tit for tat thing. The other side really didn't care who they were hitting as long as they were getting somebody, So, and then of course you have those guys that got caught up in it, the 2 people that got caught up that were cases of mistaken identity. And they have their own families and stuff like that that were obviously devastated. So it's very sad to see. And at the end of the day, like, I know it's easy to say, but it's only money at the end of the day, and it's not worth people lose their lives, especially at a young age. But I suppose when you get dabbled up in that world, it's only go dead one way. You're either going to end up in prison or you're going to end up shot by someone on the other side or something like that. But you know, it just remains to be seen if that sort of thing will ever kind of really calm down. Now that those kind of gangs are kind of the Hutches, the monk is locked up at the moment. He's been, tried for that murder here at the Regency, to saying that he orchestrated it or directed it or whatever. That's going through the courts at the moment. I think it's still going through anyway, and you have like the Kinahans are all over the place. I think Christie could be in Spain still. You Daniel's over in Dubai, and there's the whole thing going on with the FBI are looking for them as well, and so it does look like the days are numbered for that criminal network there, and it might splinter off into smaller little networks, or somebody else might try take over, or who knows what might happen there, but. There's even talk of some of the other feuds now reigniting in Dublin with like the likes of that guy we were talking about earlier getting out of jail there again, that he might spark off things again. And so you really never know when it's going to start up again. The only thing I do know is that every time you get rid of one of these kingpins or gangs or groups or whatever, there'll be another one there straight away to take their place. As long as there's money to be made out there, there's going to be criminal gangs trying to exploit that, I suppose. And a lot of it's to do, criminals like years ago, it was all bank robberies, robbing shops, robbing, cash and transit vans, but that's too risky. You go through all that risk and all, especially now with modern technology today, like the way there's just better technology, more chance of getting caught. They see it as more lucrative and less risky to actually be selling drugs, because not only do they not even have to touch the things, they can have other people taking all the risk for them, and they can just rake in the profits while they sit in their house in Spain. And while it's other lads going around killing each other over debts and this, that, and the other. So yeah, it's really sad to see that many kind of young men getting involved in things like that and then getting taken out so young. But I suppose that's the life to kind of get mixed up in, and they all know like what they're involved in. But yeah, I really appreciate anyone that's still with me from the start. It's been an awful long stream. It's been 5 hours. I can't believe that. And I actually thought this stream would only take maybe 3 hours like our usual streams. I did know some of the stuff was fairly hefty and kind of branched off into other things, but no, I didn't expect it to actually be a 5 hour stream. But anyone that's watched this far, I really appreciate it. It does really help the channel out. And it does make me feel like people are interested in the things that we talk about here on the live streams. And as I said, like I'm gonna have a new video in the next couple of days. A little sneak peek, I suppose, for anyone that's came this far. It's going to be on a traffic stop down in Florida. This guy, fairly under the influence, I'd say, without a doubt. I had some strange explanations for why his car was damaged, and he also had a bit of a turn on the police there as well. So yeah, a very bizarre character and a very interesting one to kick us back off, because as I said, and as I say in that video, it's been quite a while since we've had a regular video on the channel, and I do apologize for that, but we should be getting back to normal now. I know I've said that before in the past, but no, I think we're back to normal now. I'm going to make sure I don't continue to keep being sick all the time, but thankfully it's only a couple of colds and flus, and it's nothing serious like that or anything. But yeah, we'll just have to struggle on. But yeah, if we feel better, yeah, definitely the last couple of days, I think I've shaken it, so I got a bit more stuff done today, as I was saying, and that video should be ready in the next day or two. I'm hoping to have it hopefully tomorrow, but I won't promise anything tomorrow, as I'll be going to bed now for a while, and I'll probably end up sleeping on a little bit. But yeah, we're definitely going to have that, and then we'll have another crime live stream as well, probably further down the road in a couple of weeks, because for the next live stream I'm going to kind of go back to our normal thing where we're going to just take a look at some clips and stuff like that, and we're going to take a look at some news stories and all like that. So we'll just do that like normal, and then we can come back and we can cover some more Irish crime in another live stream sometime. And I look at some other stuff. There's loads of different cases. And what I'll do is for the next one, I will in advance now than this one, because I thought I'd be fairly all right. But there was a couple of the little clips that I couldn't find. But for the next time, I'll be a little bit more organized in what we're going to do. What I'll do for the next one, I'll pick less cases to look at, but we might look more in depth at the ones that we do pick, because just to kind of keep the stream a little bit more digestible and shorter, I suppose. And we can kind of revisit this as a theme now and again. But I think it's time to hit the hay here. It's just about 5 a.m. in the morning here in Ireland. I don't know what time it is where you're watching out there, but if you did enjoy the stream, don't forget to hit the like button. It really does help the channel out. And if it's your first time here and you're not subscribed, do subscribe and give us a bit of a whirl and see over the next while if it's something that you're interested in. I hope to see my regular folks and everybody else back here in the next couple of days for the premiere of the new video and also for our new live stream. I hope to get another live stream in at the weekend. If not, it'll be right at the start of next week. But as I said, we'll be doing our usual stuff where we'll be looking at a few news stories. And I actually have a good thing I want to look at about a police dog, a very brave police dog. That we'll be having a look at that as well. So I suppose all that's left for me to say is good night to everyone, or good morning, or whatever it is, wherever you are. And I hope to see you all again soon. But thanks very much for watching. And I really do appreciate it. And for anyone that's made it this far on the replay, I really appreciate that too. So I'll see you guys very soon. And as always, guys, stay safe, take care, and peace.